What if the sun itself could bleed? In the blistering heat of Mesoamerica, beneath a sky painted with hues of orange and crimson, the air thrummed with an energy both sacred and terrifying. The ancient city of Tenochtitlan pulsed with life, every breath of its inhabitants synchronized with the heartbeat of an empire teetering on the brink of chaos. As the smoke from sacrificial fires curled into the sky, a singular question loomed larger than the towering temples. What price must be paid to keep the gods satisfied? The sun prepared to descend, a fiery orb surrounded by ominous clouds, casting long shadows over stone carvings that whispered tales of both glory and doom. In the distance, the sound of drums echoed, a rhythm that mirrored the frantic pulse of human hearts, signaling a desperate call for salvation. The priests, adorned in vibrant feathers and gold, moved like specters among the crowd, their eyes reflecting the fear and devotion of those gathered below. They knew what was at stake, the delicate balance between the earthly realm and the powerful deities that demanded tribute. A young maiden, chosen for her beauty and purity, stood trembling at the foot of the Temple of the Sun. Her fate was sealed, the weight of it heavy on her shoulders. Around her the people murmured, their faces etched with anxiety, while others looked on with rapt fascination. She could feel the heat of their gazes, each one a reminder that she was not just a maiden, but a lifeline to their survival. The sun, they believed, would falter without offerings, plunging the world into darkness. But what did it mean to be a vessel for the gods' wrath? Was she merely a pawn in a cosmic game, or was she destined for something far greater? As the hourglass of fate trickled down, a chill swept through the gathering. The sky darkened, as if the sun itself sensed the impending sacrifice. Thunder rumbled ominously, rattling the nerves of the gathered crowd. Whispers of ancient prophecies flickered through the air like fireflies, tales of a world drenched in blood, of gods who walked among men, and of an empire built on sacrifice and ambition. The tension spiraled, thick enough to choke on, as the line between reverence and horror blurred. Suddenly, the ground tremored, a warning rumble from the earth itself, signaling that the moment of truth was upon them. What lay beyond the veil of the familiar? Destiny beckoned, shrouded in shadows, as the chosen maiden stepped forward. Her heart racing with an intoxicating mix of dread and courage. Was she to fulfill the gods' demands, or perhaps rewrite her fate? The air crackled with anticipation, and history held its breath, waiting for the moment when myth and reality would collide, altering the course of time forever. Under the blazing sun of central Mexico, a fierce spirit danced among the shadows of towering mountains and lush valleys. This was more than just a place. It was a land of dreams and destiny, where vibrant life pulsed through the villages like a beating heart. Here, in the 14th century, the seeds of the Aztec civilization were quietly taking root, awaiting the moment when they would burst forth into something magnificent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the lakes and forests, the Mexica people, ancestors of the Aztecs, found themselves wandering through the valley of Anahuac. They had arrived from the north, chasing visions and prophecies whispered in the wind. Their journey was a mixture of hope and desperation. Leaving behind their previous home, they faced the unknown with a blend of trepidation and courage. It was a harsh, unyielding world, but the Mexica were determined to carve out their place in it. Each step was a promise to honor their ancestors, and every sunset reminded them of the glories that awaited. Legends spoke of a sacred sign, a vision that would guide them toward their destiny. An eagle perched on a cactus, devouring a snake. After years of wandering, the Mexica beheld this symbol on a small island in the shimmering waters of Lake Texcoco. It was a moment charged with electricity, a convergence of fate and faith, as they realized they had found their home. In that instant, the weight of their past fell away, replaced by the fierce determination to build something extraordinary. The valley was rich and inviting, the soil fertile, promising bountiful harvests. The Mexica set to work with unyielding resolve. They constructed floating gardens, known as chinampas, that emerged like emerald jewels from the lake's surface. Each garden was a testament to their ingenuity, a living embodiment of their dreams. Corn, beans, and squash flourished, feeding not just their bodies, but their souls. The air sang with life, the land responded to their efforts, a nurturing mother cradling them in her embrace. But the Mexica were not alone. Other tribes roamed the valley, each with their own dreams, their own aspirations. As the Mexica began to flourish, they knew that alliances would be crucial. Tensions simmered just beneath the surface, and the path to power was fraught with peril. Still, the Mexica were fierce and resourceful. They forged connections, weaving a delicate tapestry of friendship and loyalty, while keeping their eyes on the horizon, ever watchful for threats that could shatter their burgeoning empire. Through cunning diplomacy and raw strength, the Mexica expanded their influence, absorbing neighboring tribes, creating a web of alliances that would soon transform into something much grander. They became warriors, skilled in the art of battle, fueled by the belief that their survival depended on their ability to conquer and assimilate. Each victory was a step toward cementing their place in history. As their power grew, so did their culture. Under the watchful gaze of the mountains, rituals and ceremonies blossomed like wildflowers after the rain. The Mexica honored their gods with fervor, performing heart-stopping sacrifices that filled the air with a deep, haunting spirituality. The beating of drums echoed through the valleys, intertwining with the whispers of the wind, creating a rhythm that became the pulse of their civilization. They believed that through these offerings, they sustained the sun, ensuring that life continued to flourish. Yet, even as they reached for the skies, darkness lingered nearby. Each sacrifice, each ritual, carried an undertone of desperation. The Mexica were caught in a delicate balance, thriving on one hand, yet fearing the wrath of the gods on the other. They understood that power came with a price, and the weight of their ambitions pressed heavily upon their shoulders. As the Mexica carved their identity in the valley, news of their rise spread like wildfire. Tribes that once dismissed them now regarded them with a mix of fear and respect. The young Mexica had become a force to be reckoned with, but the road ahead remained perilous. With each victory came enemies lurking in the shadows, plotting their downfall. Among the challenges was the fierce rival, the Tepanecs, who eyed the Mexica's expansion with growing suspicion. The Mexica had to navigate a world filled with betrayals, alliances shifting like sand, and they soon realized that their journey was as much about survival as it was about greatness. The tension grew, thickening the air as whispers of conflict swirled around them. As the sun set on yet another day of labor and celebration, the Mexica gathered for a crucial meeting. Voices rose and fell, filled with passion, fear, and determination. It was a moment filled with electric energy, where dreams collided and ambitions soared. Each leader understood the stakes. The fate of their people hung in the balance. They spoke of courage, of unity, and of the sacrifices that had brought them this far. The Mexica were ready to fight for their place in the world, to defend their home against any who dared challenge them. The image of the eagle on the cactus became a clarion call, a symbol of resilience and strength. They would not falter. They would carve their legacy into the annals of history. The air crackled with anticipation, the promise of conflict looming just beyond the horizon, as the Mexica set their sights on greatness, unaware of the monumental empire that awaited them. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted. The Mexica were on the brink, standing at the precipice of a new era. As night fell and the stars began to twinkle like distant dreams, the winds of change stirred, heralding the dawn of the Aztec Empire. The stories of their origins would soon intertwine with the legends of their mighty conquests, spinning a narrative that would echo through time. Beneath the vast starlit sky of ancient Mexico, a world pulsated with life, mystery, and cosmic significance. If one stood in the Valley of Mexico, they would feel the weight of the heavens pressing down, an eternal dance of celestial bodies that had captivated and terrified the inhabitants of this vibrant land. The Aztecs, a people rich in culture and spirituality, looked up and saw not just stars, but a tapestry woven from the threads of their beliefs, fears, and aspirations. Each twinkling light held stories of creation, destruction, and rebirth, stories that resonated deeply within every soul. At the center of this intricate cosmology stood Tonatiuh, the sun god, revered as the giver of life and the relentless force that soared across the sky each day. The Aztecs believed that the sun's journey was fraught with danger. It battled fierce darkness and powerful adversaries, with its triumph granting warmth and sustenance to the earth below. As the sun reached its zenith, the people would offer their prayers and sacrifices, believing that such acts pleased Tonatiuh and secured his favor. They knew that without his relentless energy, life would wither and die, and so they honored him with the fervor of their hearts. But the universe was not just a stage for the sun. It was a sprawling canvas, painted with the colors of gods and goddesses, each controlling different elements of life. The moon, Quetzalcoatl, was a fierce warrior in her own right, adorned with bells that echoed through the night. Her beauty was mesmerizing, but her rage could be devastating as she sought revenge against her brother, Huitzilopochtli, the god of war. In the Aztec view, the battles between these celestial beings mirrored the struggles of their own lives, reflecting the constant interplay of light and dark, life and death. As the stars shifted in the night sky, they spoke of time, cycles, and the inevitability of change. The Aztecs tracked these movements with a precision that would leave modern astronomers in awe. At the core of their understanding was the concept of the five suns, representing the different epochs of creation and destruction. Each sun, they believed, met its end through catastrophic events, fire, wind, and even water, leading to a new beginning. This cyclical view of time instilled a profound sense of humility, as the Aztecs recognized their place in the endless flow of existence. Their mythologies were not merely tales, but foundational truths that shaped their reality. They revered Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who brought wisdom and agriculture, and Tlaloc, the rain god, whose tears nourished the earth. Rituals performed in honor of these deities were vibrant and filled with emotion, as priests donned elaborate costumes and invoked the powers of the universe. The people gathered, hearts pounding with anticipation, as the air thickened with the scent of incense and the sound of rhythmic drums filled their ears. Each ceremony was a moment of collective hope, a reassurance that the forces of nature were listening. Yet, beneath this vibrant surface lay a darker undertone. The Aztecs held a deep belief that the universe was delicate and needed constant balance, maintained through sacrifice. The act of giving, blood, hearts, and lives, was seen as a necessity to keep the sun rising and the crops growing. The pyramids, grand and imposing, were more than mere structures. They were sacred altars where the flesh of the brave was offered to appease the gods. The tension of these moments was palpable, an urgent reminder that the threads of existence were woven tightly, and the slightest pull could unravel everything. In Tenochtitlan, the great capital, the Templo Mayor stood as a towering testament to their beliefs, a fusion of earth and sky, man and divine. Carved into its stones were the stories of their gods, and on its altars, the warmth of life was exchanged for a promise of renewal. Within these walls, priests and citizens alike felt the echo of eternity, the weight of their ancestors pressing upon them, urging them to uphold the traditions that had sustained their civilization. The stakes were high, and the air thrummed with an emotion that transcended time. As the blood flowed and the sun set, the Aztecs believed they were part of a grand scheme, a cosmic ballet where every sacrifice was a note in the universe's mighty symphony. The stars bore witness, twinkling above, holding their breath as the ceremonies unfolded. Each heartbeat was a tribute to the life force that connected them to the divine, a pulse that reverberated through the cosmos. With every eclipse that darkened the sun, fear would grip the hearts of the people. They saw it as a sign that the balance was tipping, that the gods were angry or in turmoil. The rituals would intensify, the drums would beat louder, and the offerings would grow more desperate. In those moments, the line between the earthly and the divine blurred, and the Aztecs felt the weight of the universe upon their shoulders, an immense pressure that pushed them to rise and fight for their place within the grand scheme of creation. As the dawn broke and the sun reclaimed its throne, a sense of relief washed over the land. The Aztecs rejoiced, embracing the warmth that enveloped them like a comforting blanket. They understood that with each sunrise came another chance to align themselves with the cosmos, to reaffirm their commitments to the gods, and to honor the intricate dance of existence that defined their lives. And yet, the shadows lingered, reminding them that the universe was capricious, and every joy could be met with sorrow. In this relentless cycle, the Aztecs found beauty and terror interwoven, a constant reminder of their fragility in the vastness of the cosmos. They were both participants and spectators in a grand performance, where the stakes were not just their lives, but the very essence of the universe itself, ever-changing, ever-challenging, and always compelling. The midnight sky crackled with energy. 4 brilliant orbs hung like judgmental eyes over a world steeped in ancient mystery. Each sun pulsed with its own rhythm, casting ethereal shadows upon the land, igniting the horizon with a light that was both mesmerizing and terrifying. This was no ordinary dawn. In the days before time was measured, a cycle began that would shape existence itself, a cycle of creation known only to those who dared to remember. Legends whispered through the ages, tales of a primordial time when the world was forged in the flames of creation. It was said that the first sun brought forth life from the void, a brilliant orb that ignited the universe with its warmth. Plants burst forth, painting the barren landscape with hues of green and gold. Animals of all shapes and sizes emerged, filling the air with the sounds of life. Everything flourished under its gentle gaze, and the earth thrummed with the heartbeat of possibility. But the first sun was not alone. The second rose from the ashes of chaos, a fiery ball of rage and passion that burned fiercely. With its heat, it forged mountains from stone and carved valleys into the earth, a creator and destroyer in equal measure. As its fierce light illuminated the sky, the very ground quaked beneath the weight of its power. There was beauty in its wrath, a terrifying grace that inspired both awe and fear. The people worshipped it, but they trembled at its ferocity, knowing that life and death danced hand in hand beneath its relentless gaze. And then came the third sun, cooler and softer, a luminescent orb that bathed the world in a gentle glow. It nurtured every seed that had sprouted, coaxing them to unfurl into brilliant blossoms. The rivers sparkled like diamonds under its tender light, and the creatures of the earth basked in its serene embrace. This sun was a balm to the chaos, a whisper of calm amidst the storm. It taught the inhabitants of the world the power of love and compassion, and they turned to it, grateful for its nurturing presence. But the cycle was not complete. The fourth sun emerged, a celestial anomaly that flickered uncertainly, casting shadows and light in equal measure. It brought forth the duality of existence, the joy of life blended with the sorrow of loss. This sun illuminated the truth that every beginning must have an end, and with each heartbeat it whispered the tales of the ancients, the stories of heroes, of love lost and found, of battles fought in the name of honor and dreams shattered by reality. It was a sun that united all the others, a reminder that creation was an endless loop of birth, death, and rebirth. Under the gaze of these four suns, a great civilization arose. The people, wise and humble, built their homes from the stones of the mountains that the second sun had forged. They told stories by the flickering light of their fires, weaving the legends of their origins into the tapestry of their lives. They sang songs of the suns, of their beauty and their fury, their nurturing and their pain, etching the tales into the very fabric of their culture. But as the suns rose and fell in their eternal dance, dark whispers began to circulate, a prophecy of doom. The ancients spoke of a time when imbalance would shatter the cycle, when the four suns would turn against each other, and the world would teeter on the brink of destruction. Those who listened felt an icy chill creep down their spines, as if the very air trembled with the weight of an impending reckoning. The joyous laughter of children echoed in the streets, but beneath it lay an undercurrent of fear, a knowing that their existence was a precarious thread, hanging by the light of the suns. As the years passed, the people became increasingly restless. They sought answers, turning to the elders who spoke with reverence of the sun's gifts and curses. Respect the balance, the sages declared, for the suns are fickle. They can bless or punish with the same breath. The weight of their words settled heavily in the hearts of the people, planting seeds of doubt and fear. They began to argue, to challenge one another. Who would be the true guardians of the cycle? Who possessed the wisdom to honor the suns? Amidst this turmoil, an unlikely hero emerged. A young girl named Lyra, with wild hair that danced in the wind like the flames of the second sun, felt an unyielding pull towards the cosmos. Lyra had always been captivated by the stories told by her grandmother, tales of the suns intertwining in a celestial ballet. She believed that if the suns were to clash, it would be her duty to intervene. With determination igniting her spirit, she set forth on a quest to the highest mountain, where the light of the suns mingled with the clouds. As she climbed, the air thickened with tension, every step echoing the heartbeat of the world. The winds howled around her, a chorus of warning and prophecy. With each breath, she could feel the weight of the impending chaos, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. Yet she pressed on, fueled by the knowledge that the balance of creation rested on her shoulders. Reaching the summit, Lyra gazed out upon the horizon, where the four suns hovered in a cosmic standoff. The first sun blazed defiantly, the second roared with fury, the third wept gentle tears of light, and the fourth flickered uncertainly, caught in the chaos. It was breathtaking and terrifying all at once, a sight that filled her with both dread and hope. "Please," she whispered to the heavens, her heart racing. "I can feel the imbalance. Show me what to do." And in that moment, as if the universe itself was listening, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the center of the suns, illuminating the sky with a kaleidoscope of colors. A harmony that had long been forgotten began to weave through the air, a melody that resonated deep within her soul. The cycle of creation was alive, pulsing with energy, waiting for a spark to ignite the flame of unity. But as the light enveloped her, she felt a sudden jolt, a surge of energy that could either heal or destroy. Lyra stood at the precipice, teetering between the light and the shadows, as the history of her people and the fate of the suns hung in the balance. The cycle was calling, and the suns were waiting. What would she choose? Would she embrace the legacy of the four suns and weave the threads of creation back together? Or would darkness claim the skies, shattering the very essence of existence? The winds roared around her, and the suns blazed fiercely overhead, each moment thick with anticipation, echoing the heartbeat of a world on the brink of revelation. As Lyra closed her eyes, the choice pulled her deeper into the depths of history, where creation and destruction danced, waiting for the next chapter to unfold in an endless cycle. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced along the stone walls of an ancient temple, whispering tales of gods and mortals intertwined in an eternal saga. The air was thick with a sense of reverence, a palpable energy that seemed to pulse with every heartbeat. Here, in this sacred space, the echoes of history lingered, hinting at the grandeur and complexity of the pantheon of gods, a web of divine beings whose stories shaped the very fabric of civilization. Each deity, a vivid brushstroke on the canvas of time, brought forth emotions that stirred the souls of those who believed. Zeus, the thunderer, with his piercing gaze and celestial might, commanded the skies. His thunderbolts were not merely weapons, but symbols of justice, wielded against those who dared to defy the natural order. Those who gazed upon the majestic Mount Olympus felt both awe and fear, for Zeus's wrath could shake the very foundations of the earth. In stark contrast stood Hera, the queen of the gods, a figure draped in both beauty and authority. Her jealousy was legendary, a fire that ignited tempestuous storms within the hearts of mortals and gods alike. She ruled over marriage and family, her fierce love and protection leaving an indelible mark on the lives she touched. Yet, her bitterness toward Zeus's many infidelities painted her as both a protector and a vengeful spirit, a duality that echoed in the hearts of countless women who sought her favor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the scene shifted to the vibrant celebrations held in honor of Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy. The air filled with laughter, songs, and the intoxicating aroma of grape leaves and wildflowers. His followers, wild and unrestrained, danced in a frenzied rhythm, lost in the joy of existence. Yet, beneath the surface of this revelry, lay a truth that was as profound as it was unsettling. The thin line between ecstasy and madness, pleasure and pain. Dionysus reminded mortals that life is a celebration, but it is also a tempest, a dance with the shadows that lurk just beyond the light. Among the Pantheon stood Athena, a deity revered for her wisdom and warfare strategy. Born from the very head of Zeus, her emergence was nothing short of miraculous. In times of battle, she was the guiding light, a beacon of hope for warriors. Yet, her wisdom came at a cost. Those who sought her counsel were challenged to confront their own limitations and flaws. Athena embodied the struggle for knowledge, a noble pursuit that often led to both enlightenment and despair. And then there was Poseidon, the unruly god of the sea, his temperament as unpredictable as the waves he commanded. Sailors prayed fervently to him before embarking on their journeys, for his favor was a matter of life and death. Each roar of the ocean echoed his voice, a reminder of nature's ferocity and majesty. Poseidon could bring forth bountiful fish or unleash storms that swallowed entire fleets whole. His stories carried with them a warning: respect the power of the natural world, for it is both a giver and a taker. The myths spun around these gods wove a tapestry of human experience, where mortals interacted with the divine in ways that mirrored their own struggles and triumphs. The legends of these deities were not mere fanciful tales, but reflections of the human condition. They captured themes of love, jealousy, vengeance, and redemption, resonating through the ages. Temples adorned with intricate carvings and statues stood as testaments to their influence, while festivals celebrated their stories, uniting communities in shared belief and ritual. The stories of these gods took on a life of their own, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. A young farmer might pray to Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, seeking her blessing for a bountiful yield. In the throes of desperation, he would offer sacrifices, hoping to earn her favor. The changing seasons, the blooming of flowers, and the ripening of crops were all seen as manifestations of her divine will, reminding humanity of the delicate balance between nature and nurture. Then there was Hermes, the trickster god, the swift messenger between realms. His cunning nature brought both fortune and folly, his presence reminding mortals that life is unpredictable. In one tale, he stole Apollo's cattle, leading to a playful rivalry that would forever intertwine their fates. Hermes embodied the essence of communication and travel, his sandals allowing him to traverse the heavens, connecting gods and men in a dance of fate and fortune. As the night deepened, the flames of the torch flickered, casting a warm glow on the faces of worshippers who gazed in rapture at the stories unfolding before them. The Pantheon was alive in their hearts, a mosaic of hopes and fears that transcended time. Each invocation, each offering, was not just a plea for help, but a recognition of the divine dance that shaped their lives. The gods became the mirrors through which they examined their own souls, grappling with the complexities of love, ambition, and fear. Yet lurking in the shadows was Hades, the god of the underworld, a figure often misunderstood. He governed not just death, but the very essence of the afterlife, holding the key to the souls of the departed. His realm was a necessary part of existence, a reminder that life and death are intertwined. The stories of Hades and Persephone offered insights into the cycles of nature, the changing seasons echoing the eternal bond between light and dark, joy and sorrow. The Pantheon was not merely a collection of gods. It was a reflection of humanity itself. Each deity embodied the myriad emotions that shaped the human experience, their stories weaving through the fabric of society. As mortals invoked their names, they sought not just favor, but understanding, a connection to the divine that illuminated the path forward. The temple hid many secrets behind its hallowed walls. Each crack and crevice whispered stories of devotion, pain, and triumph. The gods listened, their presence felt in every prayer and every tribute. In this sacred space, the boundaries blurred between the mortal and the divine, drawing individuals into an intricate dance that spanned eternity. And as the torch flickered low, the stories of the Pantheon beckoned, promising more revelations and deeper connections. The night was far from over, and the tales yet to unfold would weave ever tighter threads into the grand tapestry of existence, where gods and mortals continued their intricate, timeless waltz. In the blazing heart of a sun-drenched valley, an army stood poised, their breath mingling with the dust of the earth. The air was electric, charged with anticipation and dread. At the forefront, a warrior clad in feathers and gold raised his spear high, the sunlight glinting off its tip like a star igniting the dawn. For today, they would not just fight for land or glory, but for Huitzilopochtli, the fierce god of war and sun, whose very essence pulsed through their veins. Huitzilopochtli was not just a deity. He was a force of nature, a blazing fire that consumed all in its path. His legend spun an intricate tapestry of bravery, sacrifice, and triumph, binding the Aztec warriors with an unbreakable thread. Every heartbeat echoed the rhythm of his name. Huitzilopochtli, the hummingbird of the south, a master of battles and the guiding light against the shadows of their enemies. With every clash of swords and every cry of battle, his presence loomed, omnipresent and vigilant. The myths that surrounded him were grand, filled with images that flickered like flames. It was said that he was born from his mother, Quetzalcoatl, on a mountaintop, a miraculous birth that took place when a ball of feathers fell into her lap. But this miraculous beginning was just the start of his chaotic journey. As the tale went, his siblings, frightened and envious, plotted against him. When they attacked, the air thickened with tension, blades flashed and blood spilled. Yet Huitzilopochtli, fueled by divine fire, emerged victorious, slaying his enemies with ruthless precision. The echoes of his battle cries would linger long after the smoke settled, a reminder of his unyielding spirit. In the sacred temples, where incense curled like whispers in the air, priests would chant and dance invoking his name. They wore masks of jaguars and eagles, embodying the fierce power of Huitzilopochtli. The drums would beat in a rhythm that matched the pulse of life itself, a heartbeat that resonated not just in the flesh of warriors, but in the very soul of the Aztec nation. They believed that with each sacrifice, each offering of blood, they fed the sun, nourishing Huitzilopochtli in his celestial battles against darkness. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Could it be that their own lifeblood would bring light to the world? As day turned to dusk, the sky blazed with hues of orange and crimson, colors that mirrored the fires of war. A warrior named Quetzalcoatl stood before his brothers, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and fierce determination. The weight of his ancestors pressed upon him, their spirits woven into every fiber of his being. He could feel Huitzilopochtli's presence wrapping around him like a cloak, urging him forward. "For the sun we fight," he roared, raising his spear high, igniting a fire in the eyes of those who stood beside him. The battlefield was an expanse of chaos, where screams of valor intertwined with the cries of the fallen. Each warrior fought with the might of Huitzilopochtli. Their hearts were ablaze with the sun's magnitude. They knew that to lose was to plunge their people into darkness, a fate worse than death. The sun hung high above them, a blazing witness to the brutal ballet of life and death. With each thrust of his spear, Quetzalcoatl felt the sun's heat push him onward, wrapping him in a fervor that was almost intoxicating. But the tides of war are fickle, and in the midst of their triumph, shadows danced at the edges of their vision. A rival tribe, fierce and relentless, surged like a wave against them, determined to extinguish the light that Huitzilopochtli had ignited in their hearts. The clash of weapons was a symphony of chaos, a melody of desperation and ferocity. Blood pooled like rainwater, soaking the earth that had once nourished them. As Quetzalcoatl's strength began to wane, he felt a surge of despair grip him. Was it enough to fight with all his might? Would Huitzilopochtli's wrath descend upon them, or would the sun shine brighter with their sacrifice? In that moment of uncertainty, a brilliant light broke through the clouds, illuminating the battlefield with an ethereal glow. It was as if Huitzilopochtli himself had descended, granting strength to his chosen warriors. A roar erupted from Quetzalcoatl's throat, a primal cry that echoed through the very fabric of the universe, rallying his brothers to stand firm against the encroaching darkness. With newfound vigor they pressed forward, their eyes aflame with the spirit of Huitzilopochtli. The sun seemed to pulse in time with their hearts, a reminder that they were not alone in this fight. Each warrior felt a connection to the divine, an unbreakable bond that lifted them from the soil and propelled them into the fray. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and iron, but also with a sweet hint of hope, a hope fueled by the belief that they were destined to rise or fall together. And as night began to cloak the land, the final clash of the day brought with it a deafening silence. The sun dipped below the horizon, but the light of Huitzilopochtli burned fiercely within their spirits. The battlefield, once a cacophony of chaos, stood still. Quetzalcoatl, battered and bloodied, gazed around at his comrades, their faces reflecting the glow of the dawning sun. They would not falter. They would not allow the darkness to swallow them whole. In that moment, he understood that the fight was not merely for survival. It was for the legacy of Huitzilopochtli, a legacy that ran deeper than blood and bone. It was a testament to the power of belief, to the strength of unity. As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, they knew that every life lost was a tribute to their God, every drop of blood a gift to the sun. And as the last echoes of battle faded, the promise of a new day lingered on the horizon, filled with the hope that Huitzilopochtli would rise once more, illuminating their path through darkness, igniting their hearts with the fiery determination to fight for all that they held dear. In the shimmering twilight of ancient Mesoamerica, the air crackled with an unseen magic, pulsing through the cities and villages where the people whispered the name, Quetzalcoatl. He was not just a god, he was the very soul of civilization, a figure both terrifying and awe-inspiring, cloaked in feathers that danced like the flames of a sacred fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the world in hues of orange and purple, tales of Quetzalcoatl wove through the hearts of the people, igniting a flame of hope and fear. Mighty Tenochtitlan, the heart of the Aztec Empire, stood proud, its temples reaching for the sky. The stone walls echoed the stories of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. He was the bringer of light, the one who taught the people the ways of civilization, agriculture, astronomy, and art. The mere mention of his name stirred emotions, a mix of reverence and longing. A vivid memory from a temple priest surfaced, one that sent shivers down his spine. He recalled the first day he witnessed the sacred rituals, the way the dancers moved, their bodies adorned with vibrant plumes, mimicking the very god they honored. The rhythm of their drums resonated in his chest, a heartbeat echoing through generations, binding the past to the present. Quetzalcoatl was often depicted as a majestic serpent, gliding through the skies, his feathers glistening with every color of the rainbow. But he was more than a creature of beauty. He was a guardian against darkness. When the storms of chaos threatened the land, it was said that Quetzalcoatl would descend from the heavens, bringing forth order and knowledge. The people would gather, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of torches, eyes wide with anticipation. They believed in his power to shape their destinies. Hope surged through their veins like fire. They prayed for his return, for the promise of a new dawn, even as shadows loomed over their lives. Yet, with the light came darkness. Legends spoke of the rival god, Tezcatlipoca, the smoking mirror, who embodied the chaos of the night. The struggle between Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca was more than a mere tale. It was the very essence of existence. In one fateful encounter, the two gods clashed, their powers colliding like thunder and lightning. The earth trembled as the sky darkened, and the people watched in awe, their hearts pounding with fear and excitement. Quetzalcoatl, the champion of light, fought valiantly. But even he could not escape the painful trials set before him. Betrayed and defeated, he embarked on a heartbreaking journey, leaving the people to grapple with despair. But Quetzalcoatl's story did not end in tragedy. He wandered through distant lands, spreading wisdom and knowledge, igniting the flames of hope wherever he traveled. Tales of his journeys spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of those who sought the truth. He inspired countless heroes, each one ignited by the flame of his teachings. They learned to cultivate the earth, sowing seeds of corn that would nourish their families, fostering a deep connection to the land that resonated with the spirit of Quetzalcoatl himself. As the sun rose each morning, the people of Mesoamerica looked to the sky, searching for signs of their beloved god. The clouds often parted to reveal a shimmer of gold, and the sun bathed everything in warmth, filling them with renewed courage. They believed Quetzalcoatl had not abandoned them. He was watching, waiting for the right moment to return. The memory of his teachings echoed through the ages, a call to honor the balance between light and darkness, reminding them that even in the depths of despair, hope was never far away. One day, in the heart of a bustling marketplace, a young girl named Xochitl clutched a small feather, its vibrant colors glinting in the sunlight. It had fallen from a ceremonial headdress, a gift from her mother. The girl felt an inexplicable connection to it, a pulse of energy that made her heart race. As she traced the delicate lines of the feather, she could almost hear the whispers of her ancestors, urging her to believe in the power of Quetzalcoatl. With each step she took, she imagined the god's spirit guiding her, igniting her dreams, urging her to strive for greatness. Xochitl's spirit soared alongside the tales of Quetzalcoatl, intertwining with the hopes and fears of her people. She listened intently to the stories told by the elders, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Each word they spoke was a thread, weaving a tapestry of culture that connected her to generations past. They spoke of the great serpent's heart, filled with compassion and wisdom, and how he bestowed gifts upon humanity. In those moments, Xochitl felt a surge of determination. She knew she must carry the torch of knowledge forward, just as Quetzalcoatl had done. With the marketplace bustling around her, Xochitl could feel the weight of destiny on her shoulders. Every heartbeat echoed the lessons learned from the stories of Quetzalcoatl, the importance of kindness, the strength of unity, and the unwavering pursuit of truth. The air vibrated with anticipation, a promise that her journey was just beginning, a journey not just for herself, but for her entire community. And as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the land, the stories of Quetzalcoatl continued to unfold, a timeless tale of resilience, hope, and the undying spirit of humanity. The whispers danced through the wind, wrapping around the hearts of all who dared to listen, binding them together in a shared legacy that would never fade. The future shimmered on the horizon, full of possibilities, as the feathered serpent hovered just beyond the veil, waiting to inspire those brave enough to chase their dreams. In that moment, the cycle of stories kept spinning, and the spirit of Quetzalcoatl ignited a fire that would never dim, forever lighting the path ahead. In the shadowy depths of a moonless night, the air crackled with anticipation, heavy with the scent of damp earth and burning copal. A solitary figure stood at the edge of a great temple, its stone steps slick with the remnants of a recent rain. The stars flickered above like the eyes of countless souls, watching and waiting. This was no ordinary night. It was a moment balanced on the edge of fate, where the world held its breath, knowing that Tezcatlipoca, the god of night and destiny, was stirring. Legends whispered of Tezcatlipoca as the dark counterpart to Quetzalcoatl, embodying both madness and genius. His obsidian mirror reflected the secrets of the universe, a gateway to the unseen realms that lay between dreams and reality. Those who gazed into it felt a chill race up their spine, a reminder of their deepest fears and hidden desires. This god was both feared and revered, a powerful force that shaped the very fabric of life and death among the ancient Mexica. On nights like this, the high priests would gather, their breath mingling with the incense smoke as they invoked Tezcatlipoca's name. The rituals held an electric tension, dancing between hope and despair. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, revealing eyes wide with a mix of devotion and dread. What secrets would the god reveal tonight? What destinies would be forged or broken under the watchful gaze of the deity who ruled the night? As the priests chanted, the jungle echoed back, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant animal calls, wrapping the sacred space in a cloak of mystery. The air felt thick, almost alive, as if the god himself were listening, his presence palpable. It was said that he walked among the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness, his obsidian skin blending seamlessly with the night. He was the unpredictable breath of fate, the hand that dealt the cards of life, leaving mortals to grapple with their own choices, their own destinies. The tales of Tezcatlipoca were rich and layered, woven into the very culture of the Mexica people. His name was connected to both creation and destruction, a paradox that drew fascination and fear. One moment, he would bestow blessings upon his followers, granting them victories in battle or bountiful harvests. The next, he would shatter their lives in an instant, teaching them the harsh lessons of humility and the fleeting nature of power. He was unpredictable, a deity who thrived on chaos, and it was this unpredictability that made him both a source of inspiration and terror. In a story passed down through generations, Tezcatlipoca was said to have created the world not from light, but from darkness. He cast the first shadow, shaping the land, the mountains, and the rivers out of nothingness. But with creation came conflict. Jealous of the power Tezcatlipoca wielded, his brother Quetzalcoatl sought to challenge him, leading to an eternal struggle between light and dark, fate and free will. The brothers' rivalry echoed through the ages, a reminder that every choice carried weight, every decision shaped the future. As the night deepened, the rituals reached a fever pitch. The priests called upon Tezcatlipoca to reveal his will, unaware of the storm brewing just beyond the edges of their sacred space. The earth itself seemed to tremble, a prelude to something monumental. With a sudden crack, lightning split the sky, illuminating the temple in a dance of shadows and light. Gasps erupted among the priests, their hearts racing as they felt the god's presence surge within the air around them. Then came a voice, deep and resonant, echoing through the trees like thunder. "What do you seek, mortals? What is it you desire?" The ground shook as Tezcatlipoca materialized, cloaked in swirling shadows that twisted and turned like smoke, his obsidian mirror glinting ominously. The priests fell to their knees, overwhelmed by a mixture of awe and terror. Some whispered prayers for victory, some for forgiveness, while others sought guidance through the web of their lives. Each plea hung heavy in the air, waiting to be answered. Tezcatlipoca watched, his malevolent smile revealing a sharp gleam of teeth as he savored the power he held over their fates. He was the ultimate judge, the arbiter of destiny, and he reveled in the chaos of human emotions laid bare before him. In that moment, a young priest, trembling with fear, yet driven by desperation, stepped forward. "Great Tezcatlipoca, grant me vision. Show me the path I must take." The crowd gasped, for to challenge the god was to court disaster. But Tezcatlipoca merely leaned closer, the shadows swirling around him, enveloping the priest in darkness. The young man trembled under the weight of the god's gaze, his heart pounding like a war drum. "Do you truly wish to see?" Tezcatlipoca asked, his voice a velvet whisper that sent shivers racing down spines. "Yes," the priest cried, the fervor of his belief igniting a flame within him. "I will face whatever destiny awaits me." With a flick of his wrist, Tezcatlipoca summoned the obsidian mirror, its surface shimmering with the reflections of countless lives intertwined. The young priest felt himself pulled into the depths, visions flashing before his eyes, triumphs, failures, loves lost, and battles fought. Each image seared into his mind, a testament to the complexity of human existence. The crowd held its breath, captivated yet terrified, as the priest's face changed, shifting from hope to horror. What had he unleashed? The god's laughter echoed like thunder, reverberating through the very core of their being. Tezcatlipoca thrived on the emotional turmoil, feeding off their fears and desires, for he was not merely a god, but the embodiment of the choices that shape destinies. As the visions consumed the priest's mind, a sudden realization struck like lightning. Destiny wasn't just about the end. It was about every moment leading up to it. Every choice, every breath mattered. But the darkness within the mirror also revealed the fragility of life, that nothing was guaranteed. The gravity of it all weighed heavily on the young priest, and he trembled, caught between the pull of possibility and the dread of uncertainty. Tezcatlipoca's laughter echoed once more, a chilling reminder that with great power came great responsibility. The night thickened, oppressive and alive, and the air crackled with energy, foreshadowing the tumultuous path that lay ahead. The priests exchanged glances, some fearful, others emboldened, as they felt the weight of the god's presence. They understood that the night was not just a canvas for Tezcatlipoca's whims. It was a stage where their very lives would play out, tangled in the mysterious threads of fate. And with that, the story unfurled like the wings of a great bird, taking flight into the unknown, as Tezcatlipoca continued to weave the intricate tapestry of destinies, waiting for the next soul to seek his guidance under the blanket of night. The echoes of the past tangled with the tremors of the future, a web of stories yet to be told, forever bound by the shadows of the god of night and destiny. Rain fell in sheets, drenching the earth as villagers gathered beneath the canopies of their humble homes, faces illuminated with both fear and reverence. This was no ordinary storm. It was Tlaloc's fury unleashed. The sky crackled with electricity, and the air hummed with an ancient pulse, resonating with the collective heartbeat of the people below. Each drop that splattered against the thatched roofs was a reminder of their fragile existence, their reliance on the benevolence of Tlaloc, the formidable rain god. As children huddled close, wide-eyed and shivering, their imaginations danced with tales passed down through generations. Tlaloc, they said, was no mere deity. He was both a giver and a taker, a nurturer of crops and a harbinger of chaos. The villagers had learned long ago that the rains could bring life or death. With every storm, they felt the weight of 1,000 ancestors' hopes and fears pressing down upon them. The stories whispered in the flickering firelight told of how Tlaloc resided in the mountains, ruling the clouds and the waters, holding the power to bless or curse their fields. The fields, lush and vibrant under the sun, were a reflection of Tlaloc's grace. Corn plants stretched tall and proud, their emerald leaves fluttering like flags of victory against a bright blue sky. The villagers toiled from dawn until dusk, planting seeds with care, whispering prayers to Tlaloc, asking for his favor, for a bountiful harvest that would sustain their families. They remembered the dry seasons too, the parched earth that cracked under the sun's merciless gaze. Those times were filled with desperation. Crops withered, and the specter of hunger loomed overhead like a dark cloud, a constant reminder of Tlaloc's dual nature. On one particularly brutal day, when the sun blazed with a ferocity that sizzled the air, a young woman named Xochitl stood in the fields with her family. Her heart ached as she watched the corn droop and turn brown, the once promising harvest now withering before her eyes. She raised her hands to the sky, her voice trembling as she called out to Tlaloc, begging for rain. "Please, great God," she cried into the empty expanse, "we are your children, and we need you." The wind whipped around her, carrying her plea into the heavens, where Tlaloc listened, an echo of the past whispering through time. As if in response to her desperation, the clouds gathered, slowly at first, then with a fury that shook the very ground they stood on. The first drops fell, and a collective gasp rose from the villagers. Xochitl felt a surge of hope, her heart racing as she watched the rain drench the parched soil. With every drop, life surged back into the earth, the corn plant seeming to breathe again, stretching toward the sky in gratitude. Yet among the joyous cries, there lingered an undercurrent of caution. They all knew the tales of Tlaloc's wrath, stories of floods that swept away homes and lives, of storms that tore apart the very fabric of their existence. Xochitl's grandmother, a wise woman who had witnessed the cycles of life and death, spoke often of balance. Tlaloc gives, but he also takes, she warned, her voice steady like the mountains. We must respect him, for he is more than just rain. He is the essence of life itself. And as the rains poured down, the villagers began to dance, their feet pounding the earth in gratitude, yet always mindful of the delicate balance that governed their lives. In the sacred temple, adorned with offerings of flowers and incense, the priests invoked Tlaloc's name in ancient chants, their voices rising in harmony with the thunder above. Each utterance echoed through the valleys, seeking to reach the deity who watched over them from his celestial throne. The air thickened with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers, a visceral reminder of Tlaloc's power. As the chanting intensified, the winds howled and the storm raged, threatening to consume everything in its path. The villagers soon found themselves caught in Tlaloc's embrace, the rain heavy and relentless. Joy turned to fear as they watched the river swell, dark and menacing, threatening to overflow its banks. Panic gripped their hearts. Mothers clutched their children as they fled to higher ground, praying that their homes would withstand the onslaught. Xochitl's heart raced, memories of her grandmother's warnings ringing in her ears. She remembered the stories of villages lost to the fury of the rain god, families uprooted and scattered like leaves in the wind. But amidst the chaos, a flicker of hope emerged. Xochitl watched as the rain transformed the landscape, turning the dust into mud, reviving the dormant seeds buried beneath the surface. It was as if Tlaloc himself was reminding them of the cycle of life. It was violent at times, but it was also beautiful. The torrents brought nourishing water, the very essence of life, and for every moment of despair, there was a promise of rebirth. In the days that followed, as the storm passed and the sun returned, the villagers emerged from their shelters, greeted by an astonishing transformation. The land glistened with life, flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and the fields stood tall, a testament to Tlaloc's power and mercy. Xochitl dropped to her knees, running her fingers through the moist earth, tears streaming down her cheeks. She understood now. The storms, the struggles, the moments of fear, they were all part of a greater story. Tlaloc was a guardian of balance, and in his tumultuous embrace, he taught them resilience and gratitude. As the sun set on another day, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the village gathered to celebrate. They danced under the stars, their voices rising in joyful songs of praise. Each beat of the drum echoed the heart of the earth, connecting them to the land and to Tlaloc. They sang not only for the rain, but also for the sun, for the wind, and for the cycles of life that intertwined like tendrils of a growing vine. The lingering tension in the air, the stories of fear and hope, all coalesced into one triumphant moment of unity. However, deep beneath the surface, the villagers sensed the ever-watchful presence of Tlaloc. The storms would return, they always did. And with them, the reminder of their fragility, a call to respect the natural world that cradled them. As the night deepened, they understood that every drop of rain told a story, and every storm held the potential for both destruction and renewal. It was a continuous cycle, an endless loop of life that bound them together, forever entwined with the spirit of Tlaloc. And as they danced, they whispered his name into the night, a prayer and a promise, for the rain. God was not finished with them yet. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that prickled at the back of one's neck like a whisper from the past. A vibrant tapestry of colors adorned the plaza, each hue shouting stories of life, death, and rebirth. As the sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden glow, the people gathered, their hearts beating in rhythm with the drums that echoed through the valley. This was a time when the world seemed to pause, when fear and hope intertwined in an intoxicating dance, for the day belonged to Huitzilopochtli, the god of renewal and fertility. Huitzilopochtli, with skin the color of freshly sprouted corn, embodied the cycle of life. He was the force that brought the green shoots of spring after the frost of winter. A constant reminder that death was not the end, but merely a step towards something new. Legends spoke of him wearing the skin of a flayed man, symbolizing regeneration. The sight was unsettling, yet mesmerizing, a poignant reminder that from the ashes of decay, life would always emerge anew. In the temple, adorned with intricate carvings that told tales of warriors and harvests, the high priest stood poised, a figure of both reverence and fear. His hands trembled slightly as he grasped the ceremonial dagger, the blade glinting ominously in the fading light. There was a palpable tension in the air, a sense that something monumental was about to unfold. With a deep breath, the priest called upon the crowd, his voice steady, yet filled with an undercurrent of urgency. Today, we honor Huitzilopochtli, the flayed one, who gives us the gift of renewal. The crowd surged forward, eyes wide with a mix of dread and excitement, for the rituals were as much a part of their lives as the sun that rose each day. There was an understanding among them, a silent acknowledgement that this was not merely a ceremony. It was a necessity, a bargain with the divine for the fertility of their fields and the strength of their people. As the drums thundered, signaling the beginning of the rituals, a hush fell over the throng. The high priest moved closer to the altar, where offerings of maize and vibrant flowers awaited. The scent of freshly cut blooms mingled with the earthy aroma of the corn, creating a heady perfume that wrapped around the gathered souls like a warm embrace. Each offering was a promise, a plea for Huitzilopochtli to bless their land with abundance. But before the gods could be appeased, a sacrifice was needed. The tension rose like a wave, crashing over the crowd as they understood the gravity of the moment. The chosen one, a young warrior brimming with courage, stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. He had trained for this, prepared himself to become a vessel of renewal. His thoughts danced between fear and excitement, for he would soon become one with the very essence of life itself. As the dagger sliced through the air, the world seemed to hold its breath. The moment stretched, a fragile thread woven between life and death. Blood spilled, a vivid contrast against the earth, and gasps echoed through the crowd. It was a sight that invoked awe and horror, a reminder of the costly price of fertility. But in that blood, there was also hope. It flowed as a testament that life would continue, that the seeds planted in the earth would sprout and cover the fields with gold. The young warrior's body lay still, a canvas for the divine to paint upon. As the high priest worked meticulously, flaying the skin with reverence, the crowd watched with bated breath. This was not a scene of violence, it was an act of creation. Each peel of skin was a layer of the past shed away, revealing the potential for new beginnings. The warrior's spirit would rise as Huitzilopochtli, a symbol of renewal, forever intertwined with the cycles of nature. As the rituals progressed, the sun dipped lower, the sky ablaze with crimson and orange. The atmosphere shifted, and the drums beat louder, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. The priest donned the flayed skin, wearing it like a second layer, transforming him into the embodiment of the god. He became the bridge between the divine and the mortal, a living testament that through sacrifice, life would flourish once more. With each movement he danced, a graceful ballet of fluidity and strength, channeling the spirit of Huitzilopochtli. The people felt their hearts soar with every twist and turn, eyes glistening with tears of joy and sorrow. They were witnesses to the miraculous, to the sacred union of sacrifice and renewal, where life brushed against death, and death gave birth to life anew. The drums reached a fever pitch, and the air shimmered with energy, resonating with the cries of the crowd. They chanted the name of Huitzilopochtli, letting the vibrations resonate within their souls, forging an unbreakable bond with the God who watched over them. It was an invocation of gratitude, an offering of love, a plea for protection and abundance. But as the night deepened and the celebration reached its zenith, a lingering shadow loomed beyond the euphoria. Whispers of doubt slithered through the crowd. Would the god accept their offerings? Would the earth yield its bounty? The flicker of uncertainty created a tension that crackled in the air, like static electricity. The people dared to believe, yet fear danced at the edges of their thoughts, reminding them of past seasons of drought and despair. As the festival continued, the radiant energy intertwined with the weight of their fears, creating a tapestry of emotions that bound them together. The community, united in their prayers, formed an unbreakable chain, each person a link in a larger story of survival. They laughed and cried, sang and danced, creating a beautiful chaos that celebrated both life's fragility and its resilience. In the midst of it all, a single flower, vibrant and bold, blossomed against the backdrop of the night. It stood defiantly, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, life could find a way to flourish. This flower became a symbol of hope, a manifestation of the promises made that day, a testament that the spirit of Huitzilopochtli lived on in every heartbeat, every breath, every flicker of life. And so, as the moon bathed the plaza in silver light, the people continued to dance, their spirits intertwined with the god of renewal and fertility. The night unfolded like a delicate petal, revealing the infinite possibilities of life that lay ahead, the tension between hope and despair, weaving a narrative that echoed through the ages. With every beat of the drum, they were reminded that beneath the surface of their fears, life persisted, waiting for its moment to bloom once more. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient whispers, where shadows danced like memories of a time long past. A lone figure stood before a great stone, her silhouette etched against the fiery orange of twilight. This was Quetzalcoatl, the Earth Mother, a presence both nurturing and fearsome, the bridge between life and death. Her serpentine skirt, made of twisting snakes, curled and writhed like the very earth itself, teeming with life yet shadowed by the specter of mortality. In the world of the Aztecs, where the sun scorched the land and rain brought life, Quetzalcoatl was revered as the giver of both. Her heart, a soft cradle of creation, pulsed with the rhythm of the earth, while her fierce eyes reflected the inevitability of death. Here, beneath her watchful gaze, both life and death coexisted, an eternal dance that was as beautiful as it was terrifying. People whispered her name in reverence, for they knew she held the power to nurture a seed and to harvest a soul. Legends spoke of her birth, a tale of cosmic chaos and divine motherhood. Quetzalcoatl, born from the primordial forces, had given life to countless gods, yet her role was not just to create, but to also embrace the darkness of the unknown. She was the mother of Huitzilopochtli, the sun god, and yet she bore the weight of her other children, the stars that twinkled in the night sky, each a reminder of life's fragility. Her dual nature was reflected in the very fabric of existence. She was both the soil that nurtured and the grave that welcomed. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the moon began to rise, casting silver beams that flickered like the whispers of spirits. The ancient people believed that in this sacred hour, Coatlicue walked among them, shrouded in the mist of the night. Her laughter, a haunting melody, resonated across the valleys, a sound that held both promise and warning. She was the one who listened to the prayers of the weary, the one who understood the sorrow of those who mourned. Yet, she was also the one who demanded sacrifice, for in her world, creation and destruction were two sides of the same coin. In the bustling heart of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, people gathered in her honor. Altars adorned with flowers and offerings painted the city in vibrant colors, each petal a token of love and devotion. The beating of drums echoed through the streets, a rhythmic chant that filled the air with the spirit of celebration and reverence. A young girl, her face painted with intricate designs, offered her finest woven cloth to the goddess, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and faith. Would her offering be enough to earn Coatlicue's favor? Would she see her family thrive, her crops flourish, or would the goddess demand a higher price, dragging her loved ones into the abyss? As dawn broke, the warriors prepared for battle, their hearts thumping like the drums that echoed from the temples. They called upon Coatlicue, seeking her strength and protection. They felt her presence in the winds that whipped through their hair, in the rustling leaves that whispered secrets of bravery and sacrifice. Each soldier understood that in fighting for their land, they were both living and dying, entwined in the goddess's eternal cycle. With every blow struck, they honored her, and with every life taken, they feared her wrath. But amidst the valor and the bloodshed lurked an unsettling truth. The cosmos did not favor the weak. The stories of those who had been consumed by the earth filled the air, their ghosts lingering just out of sight. In the quiet corners of the city, the elderly would whisper tales of those who had crossed Coatlic, of children who had been lost to the hunger of the land. The sacrifice demanded by the goddess was not always understood, but it was respected, for it was a part of life's harsh lesson. At the temple, where towering stone sculptures depicted Coatlicue in all her glory, the air crackled with tension. Priests, adorned in feathers and jade, prepared for the ritual that would appease the goddess. They held sacred knives and decorated their bodies with the symbols of life and death, embodying the duality that Coatlicue represented. The crowd watched with bated breath, their hearts racing as the moment drew near. Fear and hope intermingled, creating a palpable energy that filled the sacred space. With a clear, commanding voice, the high priest began the incantation, each word a prayer woven with desperation. The knife glinted in the light, a harbinger of what was to come. As the sacrifice was made, the air thickened with a tension that felt almost alive. The goddess, they believed, would accept their offering, her essence spreading through the land, ensuring prosperity and life. But as blood flowed and the cries of the chosen echoed in the air, the realization struck. A part of them would always belong to Coatlicue, forever intertwined in her cycle. The sun dipped low once more as the shadows stretched long and dark. The earth seemed to sigh, a deep, resonant sound that echoed through the valleys. At that moment, a chill ran through the crowd. Had they truly appeased her? or would they be met with her wrath? In the stillness that followed, a flicker of doubt crept into their hearts. For in honoring Quetzalcoatl, they also acknowledged their own mortality, their own transient lives, dancing precariously on the edge of existence. The line blurred between devotion and fear, and in that moment, the truth of life became both a blessing and a curse. Outside the temple, the world continued to spin, the cycle of life and death ever present. In homes across the city, families gathered, sharing stories and meals, laughter mingling with tears. They understood that while life was fragile, it was also precious, a gift bestowed by the Earth Mother herself. And in that sacred space between joy and grief, they honored Quetzalcoatl, knowing that she was always watching, always waiting, just beyond the veil of what was seen. Each day began and ended with her blessings, a delicate balance of creation and destruction, a reminder that to live was to embrace the dance of life and death in all its forms. In the vibrant heart of Tenochtitlan, the air crackled with a potent mix of anticipation and reverence. Here, the echoes of myths danced through the bustling streets, whispering secrets of gods, creation, and cosmic battles. Every corner of this majestic city, with its shimmering temples and intricate architecture, was alive with stories that shaped the lives, beliefs, and destinies of its people. The Aztecs were not merely a civilization. They were the custodians of a rich tapestry woven from the threads of myth and legend. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sacred pyramids, the Aztecs gathered in anticipation of the evening's rituals. It was a time when the boundary between the earthly and divine blurred, allowing mortals to brush against the divine. Children clutched their parents' hands tightly, their wide eyes reflecting the flickering flames of torches that illuminated the sacred paths. The flicker of these flames reminded them of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Life and death, themes that resonated deeply within their myths. The stories of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, floated through the air like a gentle breeze. He was the god of wind and wisdom, the heart of the Aztec Pantheon. Legends spoke of his creation of humanity from the bones of the previous races, a sacrifice that echoed with every heartbeat. As the people listened, they felt a connection to this ancient tale, understanding that, like Quetzalcoatl, they too were part of a grand narrative. They were not merely participants in life. They were threads woven into the cosmic fabric, responsible for upholding the balance of the universe. In the dark, shadowy corners of the city, priests prepared for the night's ceremonies. Adorned in rich, vibrant garments, they chanted ancient words that summoned the spirits of the gods. Their voices rose and fell, like the ebb and flow of the tides, reverberating through the stone walls of the temples. Each syllable held immense power, capable of invoking the wrath or favor of deities. These rituals were more than mere performances. They were a lifeline to the gods, ensuring bountiful harvests, rain for the crops, and victory in battle. The myths acted as a bridge, connecting the mundane world to the divine, reminding every citizen of their purpose in the cycle of life. But with every myth came a shadow, fear. The Aztecs believed that the gods demanded blood, that the sun would not rise unless nourished by sacrifice. The heart of the sun god, Huitzilopochtli, beat fiercely, demanding offerings to keep darkness at bay. Parents whispered these tales to their children, instilling both awe and apprehension. It was through understanding these myths that they accepted the harsh realities of life. Death was not an end, but a necessary part of the cycle, and the stories of their gods reflected this truth. One particularly fateful evening, a vibrant celebration filled the air. bright with the colors of flowers and the sounds of joyous music. The festival of Toxcatl was underway, a moment when the Aztecs honored Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky and conflict. Young men, chosen for their beauty and strength, became living embodiments of the god, adorned in lavish costumes. The onlookers held their breath, their hearts pounding with a mix of excitement and dread. They understood the weight of this role. The chosen one would be revered, but ultimately he would also be sacrificed, his life given to uphold the balance of the cosmos. The drums beat a relentless rhythm, resonating like thunder through the hearts of the crowd. As the festival reached its climax, the young god danced, his movements both graceful and powerful. The spectators cheered, their voices rising in a powerful cacophony. But as the sun set, a heavy silence fell over the plaza. The moment of sacrifice was near. The air thick with anticipation, the crowd felt the enormity of their beliefs pressing down on them. How could one life be so significant? Yet, in this moment, they understood that this sacrifice was an act of love, an offering to ensure the sun's journey across the sky. As the chosen one fell, the gasps and cries of the crowd mingled in the air like a haunting melody. Tears streamed down faces, but amidst the sorrow was a fierce pride. They honored the life given for them, the reminder that their existence was intricately tied to the will of the gods. The myths didn't merely tell stories, they shaped their reality, fueling their hopes, fears, and aspirations. Each tale reinforced the importance of community, sacrifice, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. As night enveloped Tenochtitlan, the stars emerged, bright and unyielding, each one a reminder of the deities that watched over them. The myths of the Aztecs were not just stories told by flickering firelight. They were living entities that breathed life into their daily routines. Farmers offered prayers to the earth goddess, Xochiquetzal, for bountiful crops. Warriors recited the tales of fierce battles to inspire courage before heading into conflict. Every aspect of their lives was imbued with the magic of their myths. The vibrant chaos of the city was a reflection of the myths that guided its people. They were bound to the stories that spoke of creation, destruction, and rebirth, understanding that each cycle of life was an echo of the past. As the moon hung high, watching over the city, the Aztecs found solace in knowing that their myths would continue to guide them through the trials and triumphs of life, even as they prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. And so, amid the shadows and flickering flames, the rich tapestry of Aztec mythology endured, an eternal reminder of their place in the universe, a guiding light in the darkness. The stories, alive and breathing, would continue to influence generations, welcoming the brave and the curious into an intricate web of cosmic tales, forever intertwining their lives with the divine. In the beginning, whispers filled the void, a soft hum vibrating in the darkness where nothing existed. The air felt thick with anticipation, as if every atom held its breath, waiting for the moment when the universe would spring forth, bright and alive. Silence reigned, but within that silence, a pulse thrummed, a heartbeat of creation waiting to burst into life. From the depths of chaos, a flicker of light emerged, the first spark of creation igniting the vast emptiness. In the ancient tales told around flickering fires, different cultures would paint their own stories of how this spark grew into the world. In one corner of the earth, the Native American tribes spoke of the Great Spirit, a force that breathed life into the barren landscape. From this spirit came the mountains, rivers, and forests, all woven together like strands of a great tapestry. As the darkness lifted, the stories began to take form. In Egypt, the god Atum stood upon the primordial mound, the only solid ground amidst the endless waters. With a mighty breath, Atum called forth the sun, Ra, who rose to banish the darkness. The air crackled with energy as light cascaded over the land, revealing the potential for life, for growth, for the very essence of being. The sky blazed, and the earth sighed in relief, awakening from its slumber. But creation is not just a tale of light, it is also a story of struggle. In the ancient Sumerian myth, the goddess Namu, the primordial sea, stirred restlessly. From her depths arose the god Enki, who shaped the first human from clay, breathing life into the figure. Yet, the humans were flawed, and the gods saw their creation as a burden. Tension crackled in the heavens as the gods debated. Should they destroy what they had wrought? The echo of their voices, filled with anger and fear, reverberated through the cosmos, but Enki stood firm, pleading for mercy. They are worthy of life, he argued, and the fate of humanity hung on the edge of a knife. In the distant lands of the Far East, the tale took another turn. A cosmic egg floated in the nothingness, containing all potential. From it hatched Pangu, who emerged with the strength of mountains and the grace of rivers. With every swing of his mighty axe, Pangu separated the sky from the earth, giving birth to the world as we know it. His breath became the wind, and his voice, the thunder. Yet, as Pangu grew old, he knew his time was short. In his last moments, he sacrificed himself, allowing his body to become the very landscape. Blood turned into rivers, bones into mountains, and hair into forests. What a poignant reminder. Creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin. In the quiet corners of the world, the Aboriginal peoples of Australia spoke of the Dreamtime, a mystical era when ancestral beings roamed the earth. These beings shaped the land with their journeys, singing creation into existence. A rainbow serpent slithered through the earth, carving out rivers and valleys, its movements weaving stories into the very fabric of the land. The colors danced and shimmered, a vivid display of life born from the union of spirit and nature. Yet, with each creation, a shadow lurked. The Norse myths spoke of a great void, Ginnungagap, nestled between the realms of fire and ice. From this yawning abyss, the first being, Ymir, emerged, born from the clash of elemental forces. But Ymir's existence was fraught with peril. His very being gave rise to giants and gods, battles and bloodshed. The creation of the world was drenched in the uncertainty of fate, where every life held the potential for both beauty and chaos. As the tales wove together, the Greek myth emerged, echoing the themes of struggle and sacrifice. Chaos gave way to Gaia, the earth, who birthed Uranos, the sky. Their union birthed titans, but the cycle of creation was not without conflict. Cronus, one of the titans, feared losing power to his offspring and swallowed them whole. Yet, fate had a way of twisting through the threads of time. Rhea saved the youngest, Zeus, who would rise against his father, leading to a clash that would reshape the heavens and the earth. The war was fierce and bloody, but from it sprang hope, the promise of a brighter future forged through struggle. In the West, the biblical story of creation unfolded with a simple yet powerful declaration: "Let there be light." The words echoed through the universe, and instantly, the void transformed. God, with tremendous authority, separated light from darkness, shaping the world day by day. Yet, even in this story of divine power, the tension brewed. The very act of creation brought forth questions of free will, love, and the nature of humanity. The garden blossomed, but lurking within were choices that would change the course of existence forever. The stories from every corner of the earth, though different, shared a common thread: the bittersweet nature of life itself. Each tale echoed with the richness of emotion, the heartache of sacrifice, and the joy of creation. It was a beautiful mess, a chaotic dance of life, where the birth of the world was marked not just by triumph, but by the persistent shadows of uncertainty and struggle. As the dawn of creation unfolded, the air was thick with possibility, and the pulse of the universe quickened. The world, still in its infancy, shimmered with untold stories waiting to emerge. Each myth was a bridge, a connection to the past, a reminder that creation and destruction were interwoven threads in the vast tapestry of existence. And as the night fell, the stars twinkled with secrets, whispering promises of what was to come. The story was far from over, lingering on the edge, poised to unveil the next chapter in humanity's timeless quest for understanding. In the ancient skies of Mesoamerica, 5 suns once blazed brightly, each one a testament to the gods' relentless power and the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The air was thick with anticipation as the people of the land watched the heavens, their hearts pounding with the stories of their ancestors. They whispered tales of creation and destruction, of divine beings who shaped the very fabric of their existence. These were not mere myths. They were threads woven into the tapestry of their daily lives. Each sun, a fiery beacon, represented a world that had come and gone, an era filled with both wonder and terror. The first sun, Tezcatlipoca, rose in a blaze of brilliance. The people danced in its light, celebrating the birth of a new age. But soon, the sun's brightness became unbearable. It scorched the earth, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. The people cried out, pleading for mercy, but the gods listened only to the whispers of their own power. In a moment of divine wrath, Tezcatlipoca vanished, leaving behind only a memory of warmth to haunt the cold, empty sky. The second sun emerged, a shimmering reflection of the first, yet it too would not last. This sun was a watery realm, ruled by the goddess Chalchiuhtlicue. Life flourished in rivers and lakes, and the people reveled in the bounty of the waters. However, the joy would be short-lived. A great flood swept over the land as the sun dripped tears of sorrow. With each drop, the people watched their homes wash away, their loved ones engulfed by the deluge. The cries of despair echoed through the valleys, a chilling reminder that the gods, in their splendid might, could also be cruel. Then came the third sun, a fierce and fiery warrior, Tonatiuh. The sun blazed with a vigor that filled the people with awe. Under its glare, the earth flourished anew. Crops grew tall and strong, and the people were filled with hope. Yet, as they celebrated, they became blind to the warnings of the gods. The sun demanded sacrifice, the very essence of life itself. The hearts of men were offered in exchange for the sun's continued rise, and each beating heart left behind a shadow of fear. The earth began to tremble, and the winds howled, announcing the approach of yet another reckoning. The fourth sun emerged, a realm of darkness and cold. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, ruled this time. It was said that he brought knowledge and wisdom, yet the people, emboldened by their newfound power, turned against their gods. In their arrogance, they sought to usurp the divine. In anger, Quetzalcoatl withdrew into the shadows, leaving the world to groan under a blanket of despair. The people were lost, wandering through a void, their souls aching for the light of the sun. Their cries echoed, a haunting reminder of the fragile balance between reverence and ruin. Finally, the fifth sun arose, a fragile new beginning. This sun was a mosaic of all that had come before it, a blend of fire and water, light and shadow. The people, weary from the cycles of destruction, looked up with cautious hope. Yet, the gods watched closely, their eyes glinting with an inscrutable mixture of love and vengeance. The sun could shine brightly, but only if the people learned to honor the delicate dance of life. Fear gripped their hearts as they pondered whether they could appease the gods, or whether they were doomed to repeat the mistakes of their ancestors. In the quiet corners of their minds, whispers of prophecy swirled. Would this sun end the cycle of destruction, or was it merely the beginning of yet another tale of woe? The people lit candles and offered prayers, their voices trembling with the weight of expectation. They gathered at temples adorned with vibrant murals depicting each sun, recounting tales of their rise and fall. The air was heavy with incense, the scent wrapping around them like a warm embrace. They longed for a glimmer of hope, the promise that the fifth sun would usher in an era of peace. Yet, as night draped its cloak over the land, shadows danced on the walls of their temples, reminding them of the inevitable. The gods were restless. Each heartbeat echoed with the pulse of a universe that had witnessed both creation and calamity. The tales of the five suns were etched into their souls, reminding them of the fragility of existence and the unending cycle of sacrifice and rebirth. Each sunrise brought a new chance, yet the specter of past mistakes loomed large, casting a pall over their hopes. As the days turned into years, the people remained vigilant. They painted their faces with the colors of the earth, honoring the spirits that roamed the skies above. They sought guidance from shamans, who interpreted the signs of the heavens, bridging the gap between the divine and the mortal. Each day was a gift, a chance to honor the past while fearing the future. The fires of their altars flickered in the wind, casting long shadows that whispered of what was to come. In the depths of their hearts, they understood the truth. They were part of a larger cycle, bound to the whims of the gods and the mysteries of the cosmos. The myth of the five suns was not just a story. It was a warning, a call to remember and to respect the balance of life. As they gazed into the starry expanse, they felt an overwhelming urgency, a need to grasp the threads of fate that tied them to their ancestors. The sun above, vibrant and alive, pulsed with the echoes of each previous world, reminding them that the light could fade and darkness could return. The struggle for survival, the quest for meaning, and the desire for connection were woven into the fabric of their daily lives. And as they gathered once more, hands clasped in unity, their voices rose in a crescendo of hope and fear. Would the sun continue to shine brightly for them? Would they find the path to a better existence? Or would they, too, be swept away in the tides of fate? With every heartbeat, they felt the weight of their ancestors upon them. The past was a living entity, breathing life into their present, urging them to remember. The myth of the five suns was not just a tale of the cosmos. It was a reflection of their own journey. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold, their hearts raced, for they knew that the cycle was far from over. Tomorrow would dawn, and with it, the question would remain: what would the fifth sun bring? In a world where the sun blazed fiercely and shadows danced like whispers through the trees, two brothers emerged from the depths of myth. Huitzilopochtli, the mighty god of war, and Tezcatlipoca, the enigmatic lord of the night. Their destinies were intertwined from the moment of their birth, a tale woven with threads of both rivalry and unity. As the air crackled with the tension of their impending clash, the stage was set for an epic struggle that would leave an indelible mark on the very fabric of existence. Huitzilopochtli, radiant and fierce, stood astride the mountain of Coatepec, his heart aflame with the knowledge that he was destined to lead his people, the Mexica, to greatness. With feathers of resplendent blue and gold adorning his head, he wielded a serpent-like weapon, the Quetzalcoatl, a fire serpent that could consume anything in its path. The flames of his spirit ignited a passion within the hearts of those who followed him, a passion that promised glory and conquest. Yet, it was Tezcatlipoca, cloaked in shadows, who lurked just beyond the edges of his brother's light. Tezcatlipoca, with his obsidian mirror that reflected both the truth and the lies of the world, was a force to be reckoned with. He reveled in chaos, and in his dark laughter, one could hear the echoes of ancient prophecies. The two brothers, while bound by blood, were also bound by fate, a fate that would pit them against each other in a contest for supremacy. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle, like the eyes of the gods, a great council was called. The sky was awash with colors that danced between the realms of day and night, each shade whispering possibilities of what was to come. The gods gathered in a sacred circle where the air was thick with anticipation. They spoke of the future of the Mexica, their voices a blend of hope and dread. "Let the twins prove their worth," the wise goddess Coatl declared. "Let them compete to show who shall reign over the hearts of men." Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. In the audience, the assembled deities leaned forward, their breathless anticipation palpable. As Huitzilopochtli and Tezcatlipoca approached the sacred altar, the wind carried the scent of fresh earth and impending rain. It was a moment suspended in time, charged with the weight of their destinies. The tension was thick. One could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth itself, drumming a rhythm of urgency. The brothers stood face to face, a clash of light and dark. Huitzilopochtli, with eyes ablaze, shouted, "I shall bring victory to our people. They will sing my name through the ages." His voice rang with the power of the sun, echoing off the mountains. Tezcatlipoca responded with a smirk, his voice smooth like velvet, but laced with venom. "And what of those who fall in your pursuit? Those you trample upon to reach your throne?" The words hung in the air, filled with an unspoken challenge. The gods watched, wide-eyed, entranced by the fierce determination in their eyes. The stage was set for a contest that would test not only their physical prowess, but the very essence of what it meant to be a leader. The first challenge was a test of strength, a battle royale under the gaze of the celestial bodies. Huitzilopochtli charged forth, energy crackling around him like lightning, as he swung his Quetzalcoatl with devastating force, each strike sending tremors through the earth. Tezcatlipoca was agile and cunning, dodging and weaving, using the shadows to his advantage. With each blow exchanged, their powers clashed, echoing across the land, rattling the very bones of the world. But in the midst of this physical confrontation lay a deeper struggle, a battle of ideologies. Huitzilopochtli fought for glory, for honor, the dreams of his people pushing him forward, while Tezcatlipoca represented chaos and the understanding that power often came at a cost. With every strike, the air thickened with revelations, the gods watching closely as the brothers danced upon the precipice of destiny. The second challenge was one of wisdom. The gods summoned a riddle of the ages, a question that would test the resolve and insight of each brother. In a moment of silence, as everyone held their breath, the riddle echoed through the sacred space. What is the true measure of a leader, the blood they spill or the lives they save? Huitzilopochtli's eyes narrowed, his heart racing with the thrill of combat, while Tezcatlipoca smiled, a knowing light flickering in his dark gaze. Each brother pondered the riddle, their thoughts spiraling as they sought the answer that would tip the scales of fate. In that moment, the air was electric, charged with uncertainty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sacred ground, the brothers' answers would soon determine not just their fates, but the fate of their world. The tension reached its peak, their destinies intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, strong yet fragile. With each moment, the stakes grew higher, and the hearts of the gods pulsed with anticipation. The sound of the drums began to rise, a rhythmic heartbeat that mirrored the brothers' own. They were not merely fighting for victory. They were wrestling with the very essence of existence itself. In the distance, the wind howled, carrying with it the cries of those who had come before, ancient voices lost to time. And in that haunting melody, a truth began to dawn, a truth that neither Huitzilopochtli nor Tezcatlipoca could escape, a realization that their destinies were but threads in a larger tapestry, woven by the hands of time and fate. As the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, the brothers knew that the battle was only just beginning. The lines between light and dark blurred, and the echoes of their conflict promised that this was a tale far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow on the restless waters of a lake where a lone figure stood, his silhouette stark against the rippling surface. He was a man of the Nahua people, a wanderer among his own, haunted by visions of an ancestral home yet to be found. His heart beat with the rhythm of the earth, each pulse a reminder of the legends that had been passed down through generations, a tale of migration, struggle, and destiny. Years before, the Mexica, those who would become the Aztecs, found themselves in a world that had become foreign. Driven from their homeland by powerful enemies and guided by the whispers of their gods, they traveled through mountains, deserts, and valleys. Their journey was not just a physical one. It was a quest for identity and a search for a place where they could thrive. As night fell, the people gathered around flickering fires, the crackling flames illuminating their faces, revealing expressions of worry and hope. Their leader, a wise and charismatic figure named Tenoch, rose to speak. His voice was filled with determination, echoing in the night air. "We must trust in our gods," he urged, "for they have promised us a land of plenty, where we will build our great city." The firelight danced in their eyes, sparking a flicker of belief deep within their souls. But doubt lingered like a shadow. The journey had not been easy. Many had fallen to sickness. Others had succumbed to despair, lost in the vastness of the lands they traversed. Each day, the weight of uncertainty pressed heavier on their shoulders, but the vision of an eagle perched atop a cactus, clutching a serpent, urged them onward. This symbol, a divine omen, whispered to their hearts that they were destined for greatness. In the long nights that followed, dreams were filled with visions of lush valleys and grand temples. The air was thick with the scent of adventure, but also with the fear of what lay ahead. They crossed rivers that roared with the fury of the gods and climbed mountains that seemed insurmountable. Each step took them further from the familiar and deeper into the unknown, but they pressed on, driven by a shared longing for a home that existed only in their dreams. One fateful evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, they reached the shores of a vast lake. Exhausted and weary, they gathered on the banks, their eyes scanning the horizon. Was this the promised land? As they debated their next move, an elderly woman stepped forward. Her eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom, and her voice was steady as she spoke of the prophecy. "The eagle will guide us," she said, pointing skyward. The group turned their gaze, and there it was, a majestic eagle soaring above them, its wings outstretched as if beckoning them closer to their destiny. Days turned into weeks as they settled along the shores, crafting homes from reeds and mud. The sound of laughter mingled with the cries of children, and for the first time in a long while, hope began to bloom in their hearts. But with hope came the challenge of survival. Fish were caught from the lake, and the land offered wild grains, yet the struggle was far from over. They faced the threat of rival tribes, and whispers of war stirred among them, reminding them of the dangers that lingered just beyond the trees. Tensions escalated when raiders from neighboring tribes crossed into their territory, igniting a fire of fear. The Mexica stood united, hearts pounding in their chests, as they prepared to defend their burgeoning home. In the heat of battle, Tenoch led his warriors with a fierce resolve, wielding a spear that seemed to glow with the power of the gods. The clash of weapons rang out like thunder, echoing across the lake, and the cries of the fallen echoed in the minds of those still standing. But as quickly as the fighting began, it ended. The Mexica emerged victorious, having repelled the invaders and woven their story into the very fabric of the land. In that moment, they became more than just a wandering tribe. They were on the precipice of becoming a civilization, their hearts filled with the spirit of resilience and unyielding strength. As the sun rose on the horizon, casting golden rays across the lake, Tenoch stood at the water's edge, gazing at the reflection of their new world. The eagle soared above him once more, a sign that their journey was far from over. The land was theirs, but the dreams of what they would build remained just that, dreams. With each heartbeat, the vision of great temples and bustling marketplaces filled their minds. They were no longer lost souls, they were Aztecs, and they would shape their destiny. With renewed vigor, they began to construct their city, Tenochtitlan, rising from the water like a phoenix. The sound of chiseling stone and laughter filled the air, a symphony of hope and determination. But they were still not free from the shadows of the past. Echoes of their journey lingered like ghosts, a constant reminder of the struggles that had forged their spirit. In the midst of the construction, whispers of the past haunted the air. The elders spoke of foreboding omens, of great challenges yet to come. The Mexica knew their history was filled with trials and tribulations, but they also believed that their gods were with them, guiding their every step. The weight of their ancestors rested on their shoulders, and though fear gripped their hearts, it was the promise of tomorrow that propelled them forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of crimson and gold, Tenoch looked around at the faces of his people, faces that held dreams, fears, and an unbreakable bond. They had migrated through pain and sorrow, only to find themselves on the brink of greatness. The air was thick with emotion, and in that moment, they understood that their journey was not just about finding a new home. It was about forging an identity, a legacy that would resonate through the ages. And as the night fell, the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the journeys yet to come. The Mexica stood together, hearts intertwined, ready to face whatever awaited them. The legend of their migration had woven itself into the very fabric of their souls, a story that would echo for generations. They were more than a people. They were a testament to the power of hope, resilience, and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to dream. And so, their tale would continue, flowing like the waters of the Great Lake, a story that would never truly end. Serpents slithered through the thick underbrush, their scales glistening like jewels under the filtered sunlight. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for a revelation. In the ancient world, these creatures were not mere animals. They were revered and feared, embodiments of duality and complexity. Their symbolism intertwined with that of feathers, creating a rich tapestry of meaning that echoed through time and cultures. In the civilizations of Mesoamerica, serpents were celebrated as powerful symbols of life and death. The Aztecs, in particular, venerated the serpent, seeing it as a creature of transformation. It shed its skin, an act that mirrored the cycles of life. Each time it emerged anew, a powerful reminder that rebirth lay just beneath the surface of existence. The feathered serpent, known as Quetzalcoatl, soared in the sky, its wings painted with colors that dazzled the eye. It was not just a deity of wind and wisdom. It was a bridge between heaven and earth, spirit and matter. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the temples, the people felt a shiver of connection to something greater, something that danced just beyond the veil of mortality. Feathers, in stark contrast, floated gracefully through the air, light and ethereal. They represented freedom, the ascent of the soul, and the connection to the divine. The vibrant plumage of birds, especially in sacred rituals, became symbols of the vibrant life force that coursed through the universe. The Maya adorned their nobility in feathers, a sign of status, power, and spiritual elevation. Each feather told a story, woven from the fabric of their history, echoing the whispers of ancestors who once soared in the vast, open skies. The meeting of serpents and feathers was nothing short of magical. In the myth of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, one could almost hear the rustling of wings and feel the cool breeze of change. This being was not merely a god, but a symbol of the intertwining of earth and sky, the physical and the spiritual. The Aztecs celebrated this union in ceremonies that echoed through time, where priests donned feathered headdresses, embodying the spirit of the serpent, drawing its power, embracing its duality. But this symbolism was not confined to the altars of the ancient world. Across oceans, in Egyptian culture, the serpent was equally revered as a protector and a harbinger of change. The uraeus, a stylized representation of a cobra, crowned the heads of pharaohs, symbolizing sovereignty and divine authority. With its poised stance, it reminded all who gazed upon it that true power often lies in the ability to rise above and protect. Meanwhile, the feather of Ma'at floated delicately, embodying truth and justice. It was said that the heart of the deceased would be weighed against her feather in the afterlife, a measure of one's righteousness. In this delicate balance of serpent and feather, life, death, and morality intertwined, weaving an intricate narrative that resonated with every soul. As dusk fell, shadows crept across the ancient stones, casting a haunting allure. The serpent and feather manifested in tales whispered around flickering fires, stories of heroes and gods entwined in struggles of light and dark. The power of these symbols rippled through time, shaping destinies and igniting revolutions. The serpent's wisdom was sought by kings, while the feather's grace inspired poets. The heart of humanity, beating in rhythm with the legends, spun around them. In the dense forests of the Amazon, tribes revered serpents as guardians of the earth, their hiss echoing through the night like a warning. The anaconda, powerful and majestic, commanded respect as it slithered through the waters, its presence a reminder of the primal forces of nature. Feathers adorned their ceremonial attire, each plume a connection to the spirit world, a reminder of the creatures that soared above. Rituals became a dance between the sacred and the earthly, a celebration of life's fragility and resilience. The colors of feathers painted stories of triumph and loss, echoing the symphony of existence that resonated through the canopies. In the Andes, the Inca people wove serpents and feathers into their mythology as well. The powerful serpent of the underworld coiled around their narratives, while the condor soared high, a testament to the sky's vastness. The blending of these symbols represented a balance, a harmony between the tangible and intangible, a connection that transcended time and culture. Each ceremony performed under the watchful gaze of the mountains was a tribute to this duality, life and death, the serpent and the feather, all intertwined in a grand cosmic dance. As the fire crackled, illuminating faces filled with wonder, it became apparent how these symbols affected the hearts of those who listened. Fear and reverence intertwined in their stories. The serpent's venomous bite could bring demise, yet its wisdom could also heal. The feather could lift the spirit to unimaginable heights, but without grounding, one could be lost in the clouds, untethered from reality. Each tale was a reminder, a call to understand the delicate balance of existence, the intertwined paths of light and shadow. The night deepened, and with it came an unveiling of emotions. The elders spoke of ancestors who had walked the earth, wearing their wisdom like a mantle, guiding the living through the veils of life and death. Their words carried the weight of history, each syllable resonating with the pulse of ages past. The flickering flames illuminated tears and smiles alike, binding the listeners in shared reverence for the powerful symbols that had shaped their world. As dawn approached, the first light broke through the darkness, casting an ethereal glow that danced on the horizon. The serpent, coiled around the roots of existence, intertwined with the feathers of hope and ascension. The stories, rich with emotion, swirled around like the gentle wind, carrying the legacy of ages. The symbols lingered in the hearts of those gathered, leaving an indelible mark on their souls, a reminder that life ebbs and flows, weaving a tapestry of connections that transcends the bounds of time. In this eternal flow, the story continued, spiraling forward, ever intertwined, waiting to be told anew. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient stone temples, adorned with vibrant paintings of gods and monsters. The air vibrated with the scent of burning copal, the sacred incense, curling upwards into the heavens, carrying prayers like whispers on the wind. In the streets of Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Aztec Empire, excitement crackled in the air like electricity, hinting at the extraordinary rituals that were about to unfold, a divine dance between mortals and the gods they revered. As the people gathered, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. A rhythmic beat began to pulse through the crowd. Drums echoed like thunder, and the sound drew the community closer together. Young and old, they adorned themselves in feathers and bright textiles, their faces painted with symbols that spoke of their ancestors and the gods watching from above. They were ready to offer their devotion to the deities who shaped their lives, whose whims determined the fate of crops, the health of families, and the very breath of their existence. Ceremonies were not mere gatherings. They were powerful statements of faith. When the sun rose on the day of the feast of Tlaloc, the rain god, the city transformed. People carried offerings of food, plump fruits, steaming tamales, and fragrant flowers, gifts for a deity believed to control the life-giving rains. The chants filled the air, rising in urgency, as the priests, clad in elaborate garments, began their sacred rituals. They danced with an intensity that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, embodying the essence of their deities. In the sacred precincts, the priests moved with purpose, their bodies a blur as they invoked the presence of the gods. Every gesture had meaning, every song a story. When the sun reached its zenith, a hush fell over the crowd. A priest, with eyes glistening in fervor, raised a knife made of obsidian, its edge glinting ominously. The moment was heavy with emotion. This was the pivotal point of the ceremony. The sacrifice was not one of cruelty, but of deep reverence, a necessity to sustain the world. With every heartbeat, the tension escalated. The chosen offering was led to the stone altar, surrounded by flowers and flames. The murmurs of the crowd faded as the ritual unfolded, the air thickening with anticipation. A collective breath was held. The act that would follow was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. A swift motion, the knife glided through the air, and for a brief moment, everything was silent. Then came the roar of the crowd, a sound that blended fear, admiration, and an overwhelming sense of unity. People bound together in their shared belief. As the blood flowed, it was not merely a loss, but a gift to the gods, a cycle of life that ensured fertility and abundance. The people chanted louder, their voices rising as they celebrated the sacred act. Each drop was a promise that the earth would yield its bounty, that the sun would rise again, and that their lives would be woven into the fabric of the divine. The rituals of the Aztecs were a tapestry of complexity, interwoven with countless ceremonies throughout the year. Each month brought new celebrations corresponding to the agricultural calendar, and each had its own significance. The festival of Huitzilopochtli, honoring Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the sun, was perhaps the most fervent. As the people prepared for war, they rallied around their deity, believing that his strength flowed through them. The priests donned armor and painted their faces, transforming into fierce warriors. In the heat of battle, these rituals were not just about bloodshed, but about invoking strength and protection. Each warrior bore the weight of his family, his community, and his people's hopes. Yet beyond the violence, these ceremonies were a celebration of resilience, courage, and the undying spirit of the Aztec people. Songs of glory echoed as they faced their enemies, the rhythm of drums syncing with their heartbeats, reminding them of the prayers offered in the sacred temples. But there were softer ceremonies too, moments of reflection and gratitude that spoke to the heart of Aztec life. The festival of Xochitl, where flowers were revered, filled the air with sweetness. The vibrant colors of marigolds and roses symbolized life and death, love and loss. Families came together, offering flowers to their ancestors, lighting candles in their honor, whispering cherished memories to the winds, every petal a testament to the love that transcended time. As night fell, firelight flickered in the eyes of the participants, casting dancing shadows on their faces. The scent of food mingled with the fragrance of the blossoms, creating a feast for the senses. Laughter and stories echoed under the stars, a proof that even amidst the solemnity of their beliefs, joy found its place. Yet, the looming presence of the gods never faded. The ritual of the new fire held a particular gravity. Every 52 years, the Aztecs gathered to witness the rebirth of the sun, a moment filled with tension as they awaited the dawn. The priests climbed to the top of the temple, hearts racing as the people below looked up with bated breath. The world was at a tipping point, the balance of life hanging in the balance. If the sun did not rise, chaos would ensue. As the stars began to fade, a spark ignited the ceremonial fire. Gasps filled the air, and suddenly the night sky erupted into a brilliant display of flames. The sun broke through the darkness, and cheers erupted from the crowd. Relief washed over them, a shared exhale of joy and gratitude. They had honored their gods, danced in their presence, and in return, they received the promise of another cycle, another chapter in their shared story. These rituals and ceremonies were more than just acts of faith. They were the very essence of what it meant to be Aztec. They intertwined the fabric of life with the divine, creating a community bound by shared beliefs and powerful emotions. Through every sacrifice, every dance, every prayer, they forged connections not only with each other, but with the cosmos itself, reminding each soul that they were part of something greater, a continuing legacy of hope and devotion that would echo through the ages. And as the last flickers of fire faded into the night, whispers of the next chapter began to stir, urging the people to prepare for what was yet to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the magnificent pyramids of Tenochtitlan. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy emanating from the bustling crowd gathered at the foot of the temple. Today was a day when life and death danced together in a ritual as old as time itself, a ceremony that would echo through the ages. The people, adorned in vibrant feathers and intricate jewelry, were not merely spectators. They were participants in something far greater than themselves. In this vibrant world, sacrifice was not a grim necessity. It was a sacred duty, a lifeblood that coursed through the veins of Aztec culture. Each heart that beat in the chest of a warrior, each soul that stirred in the heart of a mother, was entwined in the destiny of their universe. Without sacrifice, it was believed, the sun would cease to rise, the rains would withhold their life-giving waters, and the earth would wither. The Aztecs understood that their civilization depended on this painful, yet profound act of giving. As the drums began to thunder, a heartbeat echoed in the distance, reverberating through the gathering. The sound was a call to arms, a summons to surrender. Young men, their faces painted with symbols of strength and valor, stood proudly at the altar, their chests adorned with badges of honor from battles fought for their gods. They were warriors, but today they were also offerings, the ultimate tribute to the deities who ruled their fates. Among them, a young man named Cuauhtémoc felt the weight of tradition resting on his shoulders. He looked out into the sea of faces, his heart pounding in rhythm with the drums. He was filled with a sense of purpose, yet there was fear too, swirling in the pit of his stomach. Would his sacrifice truly please the gods? Would his blood be enough to ensure the sun's journey across the sky? The air was electric with expectation, each breath taken with reverence, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life. As the ceremony commenced, priests clothed in flowing robes began to chant, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the ocean. They summoned the presence of the gods, their ancient words weaving a tapestry of life, death, and rebirth. Cuauhtémoc felt the energy around him shift, a wave of power surging through the crowd, binding them all in a single purpose. In that moment, the fear began to fade, replaced by an overwhelming sense of belonging to something larger than himself. The time came for the first sacrifice. A priest approached Cuauhtémoc, a polished obsidian blade glinting under the sun. The crowd drew closer, eyes wide, breaths held. There was an understanding among them, a pact forged in the fires of history. The act was not just about blood. It was a promise of continuity, a pledge that life would persist in the face of death. Cuauhtémoc's heart raced as he kneeled before the altar, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath him, a reminder that he was part of a continuum. In that moment, the world faded away. The whispers of the past filled his ears, tales of ancestors who had walked the same path, who had offered their lives for the sun's eternal dance. Each heartbeat was a tribute, every drop of blood a gift to the gods above. As the blade pierced his skin, a sharp pain ignited, but it was accompanied by a warmth that spread through him. Cuauhtémoc's spirit soared as he felt himself becoming one with the elements, fire, water, earth, and air, all converging in a single act of devotion. The crowd erupted in chants and shouts, their voices rising in a cacophony of reverence. This was not a moment of despair. It was a celebration. Each sacrifice reaffirmed the cycle of life, a death that nourished the earth, a heartbeat that would echo in the hearts of the living. The energy surged, pulsating through the temple, as if the gods themselves were answering their calls, showering blessings upon the people. With each subsequent sacrifice, stories of bravery and sacrifice intertwined, weaving a narrative that defined their existence. The echoes of those who had come before filled the air, reminding the Aztecs that they were part of a legacy, a lineage of warriors, mothers, and dreamers. They were not merely individuals. They were threads in a grand tapestry, each sacrifice adding color and depth to the fabric of their world. Among the crowd, a woman named Isel watched with tears in her eyes. Her heart ached for the boy she had raised, for the life that had been so vibrant and full of promise. But she also felt a swell of pride. Cuauhtémoc was fulfilling his destiny, becoming a part of something divine. She whispered a prayer, her voice mingling with the crowd, her spirit lifted by the collective energy of the moment. It was both a loss and a gain, a reminder that in the cycle of life, each end birthed a new beginning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the scene, the sacrifices continued. Each act was a whisper to the gods, a plea for rain, for harvest, for life. The priests, their faces painted with symbols of the divine, moved with a grace that belied the gravity of their actions. They were the intermediaries between the mortal realm and the celestial, the bearers of hope and despair, weaving together the fabric of existence with their sacred duties. The night would not end here. It would transition seamlessly into a new dawn. The sacrifices would echo in the hearts of the living, a reminder of their responsibilities to the gods and to one another. The energy of the ceremony lingered in the air, a promise that the cycle would continue, that new stories would unfold as the sun rose once more. And so, the crowd remained, enraptured by the unfolding drama, hearts pounding in unison. The flames flickered, shadows danced, and the night hummed with the spirits of those who had given their all. Sacrifice was not merely a ritual, it was the essence of Aztec life, a bond that connected them across generations, a lifeline that would ensure the survival of their world. As the stars twinkled above, each one a shimmering reminder of the lives given. The heartbeat of the universe pulsed on, relentless and eternal. In the ancient markets of Tenochtitlan, vibrant colors danced under the sun. Red chilies, golden maize, and the deep green of fresh herbs filled the air with their rich scents. But beyond the bustling stalls, where traders shouted their wares, lay a world governed by a rhythm far more profound than commerce. The pulse of life here was measured not by hours or days, but by two extraordinary calendars that intertwined like the threads of an intricate tapestry, the Tonalpohualli and the Xiuhpohualli. The Tonalpohualli, a sacred calendar of 260 days, was a living heartbeat of the Aztec worldview. Each day was infused with a spirit, a unique energy that shaped events and destinies. It began with the first day, Huitzilopochtli, a creature formed from the earth itself, filled with potential and chaos. As the days unfolded, each was represented by a number and a symbol, binding the people to the cosmos, the gods, and one another. It was as if each day whispered secrets, urging the inhabitants to listen, to heed the omens woven into the fabric of existence. On the other hand, the Xiuhpohualli measured the solar year, harmonizing the cycles of nature. Spanning 365 days, it was structured into 18 months with 20 days each, plus an intercalary period, known as the empty month, of just 5 days. These were moments of reflection and preparation, a time to honor the past before the new cycle began. It was not just a calendar, it was a lifeline, guiding farmers in planting and harvesting, allowing families to gather for festivals that celebrated the sun's journey through the sky. As the sun rose over the temple of Tenochtitlan, the high priest, cloaked in feathers and adorned with intricate jewelry, stood before the sacred stone. His heart raced with the weight of responsibility. Today was a day of immense power, dictated by the Tonalpohualli. The air crackled with anticipation, and the people gathered, eyes wide with reverence and hope. Would the omens be favorable? Would the gods smile upon them today? The sun cast long shadows as the priest began the rituals, invoking the deities that governed the day. With each chant and offering, the atmosphere shifted, thick with emotion and expectation. The crowd held their breath, a collective heartbeat echoing in the silence, each person connected by the invisible threads of fate. Every movement was a dance of devotion, a testament to the belief that their lives were intricately woven into the cosmic order. But just as the excitement peaked, a sudden gust of wind swept through the plaza, carrying with it the scent of impending rain. Dark clouds gathered above, stirring a sense of foreboding among the people. They understood well that nature was fickle, and the gods were mercurial. The Tonalpohualli had warned them, yet here they stood, caught in the delicate balance between hope and despair. As the first drops of rain fell, mingling with the dust of the earth, the priest raised his arms skyward, praying fervently for guidance. Each drop was a reminder of life's fragility, a symbol of both nurturing and destruction. The crowd murmured, eyes darting toward the darkening skies, hearts pounding in unison. They remembered the stories of their ancestors, who had faced trials and tribulations, relying on the sacred calendars to navigate the storms of their existence. In the meantime, far from the tumult of the city, farmers toiled in the fields, their hands deep in the soil. They knew the Xiuhpohualli was their ally, the key to a bountiful harvest. They sang songs of the sun and the earth, marking the days carefully on their fingers, counting each month as it passed. The cycles of planting and harvesting were sacred rituals, steeped in tradition and hope. They prayed to Tlaloc, the rain god, for nourishment, and to Huitzilopochtli, the god of renewal, for a fruitful crop. The farmers felt the weight of every season, every blessing, and every challenge. They understood that every year was a cycle: life, death, and rebirth. Each harvest was a testament to their resilience and faith. With every seed planted, they forged a bond with the earth, a promise that they would respect its rhythms and honor its gifts. Back in Tenochtitlan, the rain intensified, drumming on the rooftops like a heartbeat. The people, once filled with dread, now found solace in the cleansing storm. They danced in the rain, laughter mingling with droplets as they embraced the chaos. The high priest felt a surge of energy, a connection to the universe that transcended fear. It was a moment of unity, of understanding that life was not simply about control, but about belonging to something greater. As the storm passed, a brilliant rainbow arched across the sky, a promise delivered by the gods. The people cheered, their spirits lifted, and the high priest knew this was the gift of the Huitzilopochtli, a reminder that every day held potential for transformation. They had weathered the storm, and now, with renewed hope, they looked forward to the future. With the emergence of the sun once more, the people returned to their daily lives, but the memory of that day lingered in their hearts. They reflected on the intertwined nature of the Huitzilopochtli and the Huitzilopochtli, how one guided their spiritual journey, while the other shaped their mundane existence. The calendars were not just tools for measurement. They were sacred companions on the path of life. As festivals approached, the city buzzed with excitement. Families prepared offerings, adorned altars, and gathered tales to tell. Stories of the sun's journey, of ancient gods, of moments when the divine touched the human. Each tale added another layer to the rich tapestry of their history, binding them together across time and space. In the days leading to the grand festivities, the air thrummed with anticipation. The people painted their faces, dressed in brilliant colors, and danced to the rhythms of drums that echoed through the streets. They did not merely celebrate the passing of time. They embraced the cycles of the universe, honoring the past while rejoicing in the present. But as every festival ended, the reality of life beckoned. New challenges waited at the door, and the people knew they would have to depend on the wisdom of the Huitzilopochtli and the Huitzilopochtli to face whatever lay ahead. The year would turn, the days would pass, and with each dawn, they would find strength in their shared history, in the stories that flowed from their ancestors to them. And so, the cycle continued, an endless loop of time and spirit, a dance of fate and free will. Each sunrise was an invitation, a call to live fully, to embrace the tumult and the beauty, to find meaning in the numbers and symbols that adorned their days. In the intricate web of life, they were not just participants. They were the very essence of the universe, forever entwined in the joyous and tumultuous embrace of time. From dawn's first light, the air sparkles with anticipation as the sun rises over Tenochtitlan, bathing the city in a golden hue. The bustling sounds of the marketplace mix with the distant drumming of ceremonial music, filling the streets with an electric energy. It's a day of celebration, a day when the Aztecs come alive with color, song, and ritual, each festival drawing the community together in a vibrant tapestry of life. At the center of this cacophony is the sacred calendar, a meticulously crafted cycle that dictates the rhythm of life for the Aztecs. Each month is a chapter, unfolding with its unique rituals, honoring gods and ancestors alike. There's an unspoken connection in the air, a thread weaving through the hearts of the people, binding their past to the present. The festivals are more than mere events. They are the pulse of the community, echoing through time. As the sun climbs higher, the Feast of the Sun begins. This festival, dedicated to Tonatiuh, the sun god, fills the streets with vibrant colors. Priests adorned in feathered headdresses ascend the Great Pyramid, their chants rising like smoke into the sky. The people gather, eyes wide with reverence and hope. Offerings of food and flowers are laid at the altar, a fragrant promise of gratitude. The air is thick with emotion, a palpable yearning for blessings that only the sun can provide. With each beat of the drum, hearts sink to the rhythm of worship, creating a symphony of devotion that stirs even the most stoic souls. But as the sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the city, the festival shifts. The night brings the Festival of the Dead, a somber yet beautifully poignant occasion. Families gather in candlelit homes, creating altars adorned with photographs, marigolds, and favorite foods of those who have passed. Laughter and tears blend seamlessly, a bittersweet reminder of love that transcends death. The air is thick with incense. As prayers whisper into the night, calling to the spirits to return for one night of joy. Children run about, their faces painted with colorful designs, embodying the playful spirits of the departed. It is a heartfelt reunion, a moment frozen in time where the lines between worlds blur. Days turn into weeks, and the festival calendar marches on. Next comes the Festival of the New Fire, a grand celebration that ignites hope for the forthcoming year. In the shadow of towering temples, priests gather to light the sacred fire, a symbol of renewal. The tension is palpable as everyone watches, breaths held, as the flame flickers to life, igniting the dark sky above. It's a moment of collective relief, a spark of joy that erupts into joyous cheers, echoing through the valley. The dance of flames reflects the fervor in the people's hearts, a promise of life, growth, and continuity. With each passing month, the festivals weave a complex narrative. The Festival of the Maize, drenched in the sweet scent of freshly harvested corn, brings forth gratitude for the earth's bounty. The farmers parade through the streets, their baskets overflowing, their faces radiant with pride and purpose. Children scamper, clutching ears of corn, as families gather around to share stories and laughter. The spirit of community thrives in these moments, uniting everyone in a celebration of sustenance and survival. But the Aztecs are not solely focused on joy. They also honor the darker sides of existence. The Festival of Totec, the god of renewal, celebrates life, death, and rebirth. The air is charged with a mix of fear and reverence as participants engage in rituals that symbolize the shedding of old skins, both literally and metaphorically. Warriors clad in the skins of sacrificial offerings dance fervently, embodying the cycle of life. The beats of the drums echo like thunder, demanding attention, invoking both awe and trepidation. The rhythm of the year continues, with the Festival of Tlaloc, the rain god, arriving with the promise of life-giving rains. The prayers rise like a chorus as the people call upon the skies, pleading for fertility and sustenance. The sky darkens, and for a moment, it feels as though the very heavens listen. As the first drops of rain fall, the crowd erupts in joyous celebration, dancing with abandon, allowing the cool water to wash away their worries and fears. In the summer, as the heat intensifies, the Festival of the Flowers bursts forth in a riot of color. Brightly hued blooms carpet the ground as the people pay homage to the beauty of nature. The air is filled with laughter and music, and the intoxicating scent of flowers mingles with the sweetness of chocolate drinks shared among friends. It's a time when the ordinary becomes extraordinary, and every heart beats in unison with the vibrant life around them. As autumn approaches, the festival of the Great Harvest arrives, marking a time of reflection and gratitude. Families gather, sharing food and stories, giving thanks for the blessings received. The golden fields stretch out before them like a tapestry of abundance, and every grain harvested is a testament to their hard work and resilience. This festival is a reminder that life is cyclical, a continuous journey of ups and downs, of sowing and reaping. The final crescendo of the year comes with the Festival of the Serpent. As the earth prepares to rest, the people honor Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, in a breathtaking display of artistry and devotion. Costumed dancers mimic the serpent's graceful movements, their bodies gliding as if they are extensions of the earth itself. The tension builds to a fever pitch, hearts racing, as the crowd watches the spectacle unfold, entranced by the beauty and power of the performance. Through each festival, the Aztec spirit endures, a constant reminder of their connection to the land, to the gods, and to each other. The rhythm of the drums, the colors of the textiles, the laughter of children, all weave together, creating a rich tapestry of existence that is both fragile and fierce. The festivals are not mere events. They are lifeblood, anchoring the community in shared experiences that transcend time and space. Each gathering, each celebration, pulses with the emotions of thousands, a legacy that echoes through history. As the year draws to a close, the final whispers of celebration linger in the air, leaving behind an unquenchable thirst for more. The people of Tenochtitlan, forever entwined in their cycles of joy, sorrow, and rebirth, stand on the precipice of a new beginning, ready to embrace whatever comes next, hearts wide open to the promise of the future. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the sprawling ruins of Teotihuacan, where the echoes of its ancient people still whispered through the wind. As the light danced on the stone faces of the Pyramid of the Sun, one could almost hear the heartbeat of a civilization that had flourished, thrived, and then faded, leaving behind only shadows and memories. This was a place alive with history, where the walls had borne witness to countless rituals and the rise and fall of mighty kings. At its peak, Teotihuacan was a vibrant metropolis, teeming with life and culture. The streets were lined with artisans crafting stunning obsidian tools, vibrant pottery, and intricate textiles that told stories of a people connected to the cosmos. The air buzzed with the sounds of merchants haggling, children laughing, and priests chanting sacred prayers. Each stone that was laid held a story, a fragment of lives lived under the watchful gaze of the gods. The city was not just a collection of buildings, it was a living organism, pulsating with the hopes and fears of its inhabitants. But why did these magnificent structures, these grand pyramids, stand silent now? The question hung thick in the air. It was said that in the 7th century, a series of droughts and internal strife swept through Teotihuacan, leading to its slow decline. The people, once proud and united under the sunlit sky, began to drift apart. You could almost feel their anguish, their desperation, as they turned from each other, seeking solace in the shadows. The Pyramid of the Moon loomed sorrowfully, a monument to what was lost, its summit still calling out to the heavens, yearning for the prayers of the faithful. Fast forward a few centuries, and the scene shifted dramatically. Tenochtitlan emerged, a dazzling jewel on the waters of Lake Texcoco, rising like a phoenix from the ashes of its predecessors. It was here that the Aztecs crafted a new world, blending the old beliefs with fresh ambition. The city was a marvel, connected by canals that shimmered like silver ribbons under the sun. Floating gardens, known as chinampas, flourished with vibrant crops, feeding the sprawling population. The air was thick with the scent of flowers and the sounds of life. Tenochtitlan was a testament to human ingenuity, a place where dreams took shape. As one walked through the bustling markets of Tenochtitlan, the energy was palpable. Merchants called out, showcasing exotic goods from distant lands. Bright feathers, rare spices, and precious metals gleamed under the sun. The vibrant colors danced in the eyes of the onlookers, while the heart of Tenochtitlan pulsed with the rhythm of drums in ceremonial gatherings. Here, beneath the shadow of the Grand Templo Mayor, the Aztecs honored their gods with sacrifices, believing that their offerings would ensure the sun's rise each day. The thrill of devotion mixed with the terror of reverence was intoxicating, leaving an indelible mark on the soul. Yet, the beauty of Tenochtitlan masked a darkness that lay just beneath the surface. The warriors of the Aztec Empire, fierce and proud, were driven by a need for conquest and expansion. They fought to capture land and hearts, believing themselves chosen by the gods. The tension crackled like electricity in the air, as the weight of expectation hung over them. Each battle was a bloody dance, a test of strength and sacrifice. The heart of their civilization beat fiercely, fueled by the blood of their enemies, and the gods smiled upon them, for now. But the ancient cities were not just monuments of power and pride. They were also places of deep spirituality. In Teotihuacan, murals painted on temple walls depicted celestial bodies and mythical creatures, telling stories of creation and the divine. The Pyramid of the Sun was believed to be a gateway to the gods, and thousands would climb its steep steps, their hearts racing with anticipation. The air was thick with the scent of copal incense, rising toward the heavens as prayers were offered. The people felt connected to something greater, their lives intertwined with the stars above. In contrast, Tenochtitlan's rituals were filled with a fierce urgency, driven by a belief in the cyclical nature of life and death. The Aztecs understood that their existence was fragile, and the gods required constant appeasement. Each festival was a vibrant explosion of color, sound, and emotion, reminding the people of their place in the universe. The drums beat like war cries, and the dancers moved as if possessed, embodying the spirits of their ancestors. The intensity of their faith was palpable, vibrating through the very stones of the city, leaving echoes that resonated through the ages. As the sun set behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the sacred cities, one could almost feel the weight of the past pressing down. The laughter and cries of the people were replaced by an eerie silence, as if the ghosts of Teotihuacan and Tenochtitlan had come out to witness the twilight of their existence. What became of those who had once thrived in these sacred spaces? The question hung heavy in the air, a haunting reminder of the fragility of civilizations. Would the vibrant spirit of Tenochtitlan endure, or would it eventually succumb to the same fate as Teotihuacan? The answer remained shrouded in mystery, as the winds whispered ancient tales and the stars blinked knowingly above. The echoes of the past intertwined with the hopes of the future, creating a tapestry of history that begged to be unraveled. In that moment, the sacred cities stood not just as remnants of a lost age, but as living entities, breathing, feeling, and waiting for the next chapter to be written in the annals of time. The sun hung low in the sky, casting fiery shades of orange and crimson across the sprawling city of Tenochtitlan. The air throbbed with the aroma of incense and the rhythmic pounding of drums echoing through the bustling streets. In this vibrant world, where the sacred and the mundane intertwined seamlessly, the priests and priestesses moved like shadows, cloaked in the weight of their divine responsibilities. Their very presence commanded reverence, a palpable energy that sent shivers down the spines of those fortunate enough to witness their rituals. Among them was Tlaltikpak, a high priestess whose piercing gaze held the wisdom of generations. She wore a simple garment woven from cotton, but the intricate patterns told stories of the gods and the sacred calendars. As she stepped forward, adorned with a crown of feathers that glimmered in the fading light, the people hushed, feeling the gravity of the moment. They were aware that she would soon call upon the forces of the universe, inviting the divine to guide their lives. Each movement was deliberate, every gesture a thread weaving the fabric of life and death, of hope and fear, of the cosmos itself. The Aztec society revolved around a pantheon of gods, and the priests and priestesses were the vital link between the divine and the earthly realm. Their voices carried the weight of prayers and offerings, echoing through the temple chambers, where blood and incense mingled in a sacred symphony. Each day, as the sun rose, they performed rituals that were not mere acts of devotion, but an intricate dance of life, a performance designed to appease the gods whose favor meant survival for their people. As the evening approached, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. In a grand temple, the high priests prepared for the most sacred ceremonies. The air was electric as they gathered around an altar, its stone surface stained with the past, a testament to offerings made in the name of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, and Huitzilopochtli, the god of war. The priests donned elaborate costumes, their bodies painted in vibrant colors that told tales of bravery and sacrifice. They moved to the beat of the drums, their hearts synchronized with the rhythm of the cosmos. But there was a darker side to this sacred role. The priests knew that not all sacrifices were equal. Some were destined to give their lives for the greater good, a reality that sent chills through the community. The Aztecs believed that the sun needed nourishment to rise each day, and this nourishment came in the form of human blood. The priests, with their ceremonial knives glinting ominously in the torchlight, were the harbingers of life and death. Each cut, each offering, was a sacred duty that ensured the survival of their people. In these moments, time seemed to stand still. The crowd gathered at the foot of the temple, eyes wide with a mix of awe and dread. They whispered prayers under their breath, hoping to catch the attention of the gods. Children clung to their mothers, peering through the sea of adults, their expressions a blend of fear and fascination. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as anticipation hung heavily, a living thing pulsing with every heartbeat. As the rituals unfolded, the priests and priestesses called upon their deities with voices that resonated with power. They invoked the spirits of the ancestors, ensuring that the past was never forgotten, that their lineage would continue to thrive. The priestess Tlaltikpak stood at the center, her voice rising and falling like the waves, a haunting melody that wrapped around the audience like a warm embrace. Her words carried the weight of the world, a promise that they would be heard, that their offerings would not go unnoticed. The drums beat faster, the flames danced higher, and a collective gasp erupted from the crowd as the high priest raised the ceremonial knife, a gleaming harbinger of fate. The moment was electric, a blend of fear and reverence that pulsed through the air. In that heartbeat, the boundary between life and death faded, and the people were drawn into a trance, caught between dread and awe, a testament to the power these figures held over their lives. But the responsibilities of the priests and priestesses extended beyond the blood-soaked altars and sacred rites. They were the keepers of knowledge, the ones who understood the delicate balance of the universe. The calendars they meticulously recorded dictated the rhythms of life, planting seeds for the crops that would sustain their civilization. Their wisdom guided decisions, their predictions shaping the future of Tenochtitlan. Each season was marked by their hand, every festival a reflection of the celestial dance above. Tlaltikpak often gathered with the other priests in dimly lit chambers, poring over ancient texts while candles flickered gently in the silence. The weight of their knowledge hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the responsibility they bore. They were not just priests, they were scholars, scientists, and leaders, tasked with interpreting omens and celestial signs. Their understanding of the stars and the earth became the foundation upon which society thrived, a blend of spirituality and practicality that kept the delicate balance of life intact. As the night wore on, the ceremonial fires burned bright, illuminating the faces of the faithful, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. The priests and priestesses moved with a grace that was mesmerizing, every gesture infused with purpose. The world outside faded, leaving only the sacred space where the gods were invited to descend and mingle among the people. The air buzzed with energy, a mixture of fear, hope, and unwavering faith. Yet even in their exalted positions, the priests and priestesses were not immune to the tides of fortune. Whispers of dissent lingered in the shadows. Some believed the rituals had become too bloody, too demanding, questioning whether the gods truly required such sacrifices. These murmurs would rise like a storm on the horizon, threatening to disrupt the fragile harmony that had reigned for generations. The priests, aware of the growing unrest, felt the weight of the world pressing down upon them, caught in a conflict between tradition and the cries of their own people. With every ritual, every sacrifice, the priests and priestesses spun the threads of fate, binding their society together in a tapestry of faith and fear. They stood at a crossroads, the past and future colliding in a whirlwind of emotions. Unbeknownst to them, the winds of change were gathering strength, ready to reshape the very fabric of their existence, pulling them into an uncertain tomorrow where their roles would evolve, and the power they wielded would be challenged. And as the echoes of the drums faded into the night, the tension lingered in the air, an electric promise that the story was far from over. In the twilight of the Aztec world, under a sky painted with hues of crimson and gold, women poured their hearts into the very fabric of their society. Their voices, like echoes of ancient spirits, whispered through the sacred temples, resonating with the pulse of creation. Each woman was a thread in the vibrant tapestry of life, some revered, some feared, but all essential. The weight of their stories hung in the air, heavy with the promises of gods and the fears of mortals. At the center of this universe stood Quetzalcoatl, the Earth Mother, draped in a skirt of serpents and crowned with a necklace of human hearts. She was both nurturing and terrifying, a figure of creation and destruction, embodying the duality of life itself. The Aztecs honored her as the mother of gods, bringing forth Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, who emerged from her womb, fierce and unstoppable. Women worshipped her, their prayers mingling with the smoke of copal incense, seeking her strength and guidance. They understood that in honoring Coatlicue, they were honoring the very essence of womanhood, its power, its complexity. Yet not all women were revered in the same light. The whispered tales of Tzitzimime, the star goddess, filled the air with a chill. Her appearance was a harbinger of chaos and doom. Aztec women, particularly those expecting, would look skyward at night, feeling the weight of the stars. They knew that Tzitzimime could descend from the heavens, dragging the world into darkness if the balance of life was upset. This dichotomy of nurturing and dread mirrored their own lives, where the pain of childbirth danced hand in hand with the joy of new life. In the shadows of these grand tales lived the Cihuateteo, spirits of women who died in childbirth, forever entwined with the cycle of life and death. They roamed the earthly realm after death, powerful yet tragic, protecting their children and warning others of the dangers that lay ahead. Their stories were not just stories. They were heartfelt prayers, shared among the women who faced the trials of motherhood. The Cihuateteo were a reminder of the sacrifices women made and the strength they carried, even in the face of mortality. The rituals surrounding these women were steeped in emotion. The climactic moment of a woman's transition into motherhood was celebrated with ceremonies that acknowledged both the beauty and the peril of life. During these rites, the air would thrum with the sounds of drums and chants, the community uniting in joy for the life about to begin and mourning for the potential loss. It was an intimate dance of love, fear, hope, and despair, a reflection of the Aztec belief that life and death were eternally intertwined. Amid the clamor of life and the whisper of spirits, women also found power in their roles as priestesses. The goddess Xochiquetzal, the divine embodiment of love, beauty, and fertility, was their guiding light. Women who served her were not merely worshippers. They were conduits of divine energy, channeling the goddess's grace into the world. Clad in vibrant garments and adorned with flowers, they danced in sacred spaces, their movements a celebration of femininity and life itself. Each twirl and sway echoed through the ages, reverberating with passion and purpose, igniting the very souls of those who witnessed the ceremonies. Yet even amidst these divine honors, there were pressures. The expectations placed on women were immense, bound as they were to their roles as mothers and caretakers. The weight of custom rested heavily on their shoulders. The Aztec society thrived on the balance of life, where warriors and nurturing figures played vital roles. But the women bore the burden of this balance, often unnoticed, their sacrifices hidden beneath layers of communal pride and reverence. In the sacred texts, sometimes whispered from woman to woman, the stories of goddesses like Chalhuitlicue, the goddess of water and rivers, flowed like the streams she governed. She was a figure of cleansing and renewal, revered by women who sought fertility and prosperity. The rituals to honor her were filled with emotion, echoing the desires of mothers and daughters alike. They cherished her presence, believing that through her blessings, the cycle of life could continue, unbroken and flourishing. The sharp contrast of the divine and the earthly collided and coalesced within the Aztec belief system, revealing a world where women were both the nurturers of life and the harbingers of its fragility. They held the power to shape destinies with their hands, weaving together the threads of existence with every heartbeat, every breath. Yet the societal constraints often dimmed their brilliance, casting shadows over their innate strength. In this world, the concept of female identity was fluid, shifting between roles of nurturer, warrior, priestess, and spirit. In moments of quiet reflection, women would gather, sharing their dreams, fears, and aspirations under the vast sky. They spoke of the Chihuateteo, the voices of the past, and invoked the spirits of their ancestors, weaving a web of connection that spanned generations. These gatherings were sacred, an acknowledgement of the struggles they faced and the bonds that knitted them together. As twilight deepened into night, a sense of urgency filled the air. The women knew their stories were not merely theirs. They were part of a larger narrative, one that demanded to be told and remembered. With every ritual, every prayer, they carved their legacies into stone, ensuring that their voices would echo through eternity. Each heartbeat was a reminder that women were not just ghosts in the backdrop of history, but fierce warriors of their own destinies. And with that pulse of life, the tales of love, sacrifice, and strength began to weave into the fabric of time, preparing to transition into the next chapter of their existence, one filled with the promise of new gods, new challenges, and the relentless spirit of women who would rise again and again, like the sun after the darkness. In the stillness of dusk, when shadows entwine with the last rays of sunlight, a chill grips the air, bringing with it whispers of what lies beneath the earth, where souls wander in search of peace. Mictlan awaits, a vast underworld filled with both dread and wonder. The ancient Aztecs believed that death was not an end, but a transformation, a journey into the unknown. And at the heart of this journey was Mictlan, the realm ruled by the enigmatic deities who guided the deceased through their final passage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky bled into hues of purple and black, reminiscent of the mysteries lurking in Mictlan. It is a land of 9 levels, each one darker than the last, where the souls of the departed must navigate treacherous paths and face daunting challenges. There, they meet the ancient guardians, deities whose names echo through history like a mournful song. Huitzilopochtli, the lord of the underworld, sat upon his throne, a figure draped in the shadows of despair. His skin, as pale as bone, shone in the dim light, and his eyes were like dark voids, reflecting the grief of countless souls. He was the keeper of the dead, a solemn god who understood every sorrow and every joy of those who had passed. The weight of his crown, composed of the bones of the fallen, symbolized both power and sorrow. He was feared, yet revered, a reminder that death is inevitable, a guide for those who dared to confront their fate. His companion, Quetzalcoatl, the Lady of the Dead, stood by his side, her presence both haunting and beautiful. Draped in a robe of spider silk, she ruled with the wisdom of ages. Her skeletal form, adorned with vibrant flowers, reminded the living of the beauty that remained even in decay. With a gentle yet firm hand, she welcomed the souls, whispering to them that they were not forgotten. Her voice, soft as a breeze, could stir the deepest fears and hopes. She held the hearts of the departed, guiding them through the trials of the underworld, ensuring that their journeys were not in vain. Together, Mictlantecuhtli and Quetzalcoatl forged a pathway through Mictlan, a place where the souls faced the daunting challenges that awaited them. Crossing the river of the dead was the first trial, a treacherous stream that separated the land of the living from the realm of the dead. Here, the souls were met by the spirit of Xolotl, the god of lightning and death, who guided them across. His fierce gaze was both intimidating and reassuring, a reminder that every soul must embark on this journey alone, yet never truly lost. As they moved deeper into Mictlan, the air thickened with despair. The souls had to confront their own pasts, reliving moments of joy and sorrow alike. Each memory was a weight upon their shoulders, dragging them further into the abyss of reflection. In this realm, nothing could be hidden. Every regret, every unspoken word echoed mercilessly, forcing the souls to face their truths. Some wept, while others stood in the silence of their own anguish, searching for forgiveness, not from others, but from themselves. In the second level, they encountered the winds of Mictlan, fierce gales that howled like tormented spirits. Here, the souls had to withstand the tempests, representing the chaos of their lives. Some faltered, swept away by the winds of their own unfulfilled desires, while others stood strong, determined to push forward. The storm howled louder, a symphony of despair that matched the rhythm of their hearts, yet the determination of the souls caught in their own battles shone like a beacon. With every level, the trials grew more intense. The souls faced the burning heat of the third level, where flames flickered like memories ignited by the pain of loss. Huitzilopochtli watched closely, his presence felt in the heat that wrapped around them like a shroud. Those who had lived with anger and resentment found themselves engulfed by the very flames they had stoked in life. But for those who had embraced love and forgiveness, the flames felt warm, a gentle reminder that their light could still shine through the darkness. As they pressed on, the souls encountered the fourth level, where they were confronted by the jaguar, a fierce guardian of the night. It prowled with an elegance that belied its ferocity. Those who had been afraid in life found themselves paralyzed, unable to move. But those who had faced their fears found strength. They remembered the moments they had stood tall against adversity. The jaguar, sensing their courage, stepped aside, acknowledging that bravery could conquer even the fiercest of beasts. Every corner of Mictlan held lessons, each level a testament to the struggles of the departed. And just as they thought they might find peace, the souls were met with the realization that the journey was never truly finished. The weight of their choices, the echoes of their lives, and the bonds they had forged lingered in the air like shadows that refused to fade. The final path led them to the ninth and last level, where silence enveloped them like a heavy blanket. Here, the souls stood before the great Huitzilopochtli once more, the shadows shifting around him like the memories of those who had passed through. In this final moment, they would face their ultimate reckoning, the chance to reflect on their existence, the love they shared, and the lives they touched. Yet, just as the souls began to understand their paths, the borders of Mictlan blurred, and the world above beckoned. What lay beyond the veil of shadows remained uncertain, leaving the souls suspended between the past and the unknown future. Would they find solace in the embrace of the sun? Or would they remain bound to the darkness, forever entwined with the echoes of their choices? With the weight of their journeys pressing down on them, the souls reached for the light, and with each hesitant step, they slipped further into the embrace of Mictlan's mysteries, where the threads of life and death intertwined. And as they ventured forth, the deities watched, their expressions a mixture of sorrow and hope, a reminder that every ending is but a new beginning, waiting to unfold. Under a sky painted in warm hues of orange and red, the Aztec Empire thrived, a civilization vibrant with life and rich in belief. The air fluttered with the sound of drums, the heartbeat of a culture that revered the balance of existence. Here, duality was not just a concept. It was a pulse that ran through every aspect of their lives, a thread that stitched together the very fabric of their world. The Aztecs believed that life was a dance of contrasts, where light met darkness, and joy intertwined with sorrow. In their eyes, the universe was divided yet connected, a reflection of the human experience itself. They revered gods that represented this duality, each embodying opposing forces but harmonizing to create a more profound truth. Tlaloc, the god of rain, stood opposite Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky and conflict. One brought life-giving water, while the other brought chaos and uncertainty. Without rain, the crops would wither. Without conflict, would there be growth? As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the bustling marketplaces filled with vibrant colors and the smell of spices, the Aztecs prepared for the sacred rituals that celebrated this duality. The priests adorned in intricate feathered headdresses, symbols of both beauty and sacrifice, led the people in ceremonies that would stir the very depths of their souls. Each chant echoed through the temple, an invocation to the gods that reminded them of the delicate balance that ruled their existence. The duality of life was evident in their agricultural practices, too. The Aztecs understood that for every season of planting, there would come a time of harvesting. For every drought, the rains would eventually return. They found beauty in this cycle, respecting both the sun that brought warmth and the moon that cast shadows. Night and day were not enemies. They were partners in the dance of life, each necessary for the other's existence. Yet, this balance was not without its challenges, and the Aztecs faced constant struggles. War was a fundamental part of their society, entwined with their beliefs. The sun god Huitzilopochtli demanded sacrifice, a grim reminder of the darker side of duality. With every life taken, they believed they fed the sun's fire, ensuring the cycle of life continued. The tension between peace and conflict stretched taut, like a bowstring ready to release its arrow. For the Aztecs, understanding this duality provided purpose amid the chaos of their existence. In the heart of their city, the Templo Mayor stood tall, a symbol of this eternal conflict. Here, offerings were made, blood spilled, and prayers whispered into the night. The temple was a sacred space where the boundaries between life and death blurred. The duality of existence was palpable as the living honored the dead, believing that those who had passed still played a role in the living world. Ancestors were revered, their spirits honored, a bridge connecting the realms of the known and the unknown. During the sacred festivals, the people donned costumes representing gods and spirits, embodying the dual nature of existence. They transformed into jaguars and serpents, symbols of power and mystery. Laughter mingled with tears as they celebrated life, knowing fully that death loomed close. The vibrant colors of the festival contrasted sharply with the somber reality that underpinned their beliefs, a reminder that joy and sorrow often walked hand in hand. Woven into every story told around flickering bonfires was a lesson of duality, a reminder that darkness could not exist without light. The tales of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, illustrated this balance beautifully. He was a god of creation and learning, but also a trickster, embodying the complexities of life itself. With each story shared, the listeners leaned in closer, the flames illuminating their faces, fascination written on their brows. They felt the pull of the duality the Aztecs revered, as ancient wisdom resonated through the ages. Worshippers gathered at the foot of the temple, their hearts racing with anticipation, the air thick with the smell of incense. The priest, draped in sacred garments, climbed the steps, each footfall echoing in the stillness. With a voice that pierced the air, he called upon the deities, invoking the dual nature of their existence. The crowd held its breath, caught between fear and hope, as they awaited the response from the gods. Would they find favor, or would they be met with wrath? The tension mounted, an electric charge that crackled in the air, binding them together in shared anticipation. As the priest raised his ceremonial knife, the sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting a golden glow that bathed the scene in otherworldly light. The moment was both beautiful and horrific, encapsulating the essence of duality. The people screamed and cheered, a chorus of emotions swirling in a storm of fervor. Life and death, joy and despair, all coalescing in a single heartbeat. The rituals did not just serve to appease the gods, but also provided the people a place to express their own struggles, the push and pull of their daily existence. It was here, amidst the thrumming of the drums and the chorus of voices, that they found clarity in the chaos. The duality of their beliefs was not a burden. It was a source of strength, a way to navigate the world that often felt unpredictable and cruel. As night descended, the stars blanketed the sky like 1,000 tiny eyes watching over them. Each light was a guide, a reminder of the eternal dance of duality. The Aztecs gazed upward, feeling both small and significant in the grand tapestry of life. They understood that every heartbeat, every breath, was a testament to the balance they cherished, a sacred acknowledgement of the dual forces that shaped their reality. And just as the fire crackled and the songs of their ancestors echoed in the night, the threads of their beliefs continued to weave a story that transcended time, an eternal cycle that would spiral forever, binding them to each other, to their gods, and to the very essence of existence itself. In a shadowy forest where the whispers of ancient trees seemed to hold secrets of the ages, a jaguar prowled silently, its sleek form gliding through the underbrush like a shadow brought to life. Each heartbeat resonated through the stillness, and the air felt charged, as if the very essence of life surged around it. This was no ordinary creature. It was a manifestation of raw power and spirit, revered by countless cultures throughout history. The jaguar wasn't just a beast. It was a symbol of courage and strength, a guardian of the underworld in the eyes of the ancient Maya. The jaguar's piercing gaze told stories of old, tales of hunters and warriors who bore its image on their shields, who sought its ferocity in battle. Its spotted coat held patterns reminiscent of the cosmos, drawing the eyes of the spiritual and the earthly alike. In the darkness, beneath the canopy of vibrant leaves, the jaguar was a living embodiment of the wild, wielding an aura that inspired both fear and awe. Meanwhile, high above, a golden eagle soared through the sky, wings spread wide, gliding effortlessly on thermal currents. Its keen eyes scanned the ground below, sharp as a knife, reflecting centuries of wisdom and instinct. This majestic bird had become a totem of freedom, an emblem for the gods among the ancient peoples of North America. To see an eagle in flight was to witness a divine moment, a reminder that the spirit world was intertwined with the human experience. For native tribes, the eagle was a bridge between earth and sky, a creature that could carry prayers to the heavens. Imagine warriors adorned with eagle feathers, their hearts pounding with the rhythm of drums, believing that each feather connected them to the spirit of the eagle. They would invoke its strength in times of struggle, seeking guidance and protection in the swirling chaos of life. And yet, the jaguar and the eagle were far from alone in this tapestry of mythological creatures that filled the hearts and minds of ancient civilizations. There were the serpents, coiling their way through legends, often depicted as wise and powerful beings. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, represented the union of earth and sky, a deity that taught humanity the gift of corn and the importance of knowledge. His presence shimmered like sunlight on water, a reflection of the divine. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an orange glow across the landscape, the jaguar's roars echoed in the night, a haunting cry that spoke of solitude and strength. The sounds reverberated through the valleys, intertwining with the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. Each growl held a story of the hunt, of survival, and of the fierce beauty of life itself. The moon rose, illuminating the jaguar's path, revealing shadows that danced between the trees, hinting at the spirits lingering just beyond the edge of perception. Legends spoke of how the jaguar could move between worlds, slipping through the veil that separated the living from the dead. It was said that if one were to catch a glimpse of a jaguar in a dream, it foretold a significant change in life. The creature, with its power and grace, became a guide through the unknown, leading individuals to confront their deepest fears and unlock hidden potential. In a small village nestled beside a roaring river, the tales of these magnificent creatures shaped the lives of its people. Children listened wide-eyed as elders recounted their dreams of soaring eagles and prowling jaguars. In these stories, they learned courage in the face of fear and the importance of respecting the spirits of their ancestors. The jaguar's strength became a source of inspiration, urging them to be fearless in their pursuits, while the eagle's flight encouraged them to reach for their dreams, no matter how far they seemed. As twilight deepened, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The jaguar's presence loomed close, its muscles tensed, ready to spring into action. Just then, a sudden rustle in the bushes sent a jolt through the air. The heartbeat of the forest quickened, and the jaguar froze, eyes locked on a flicker of movement. The tension was palpable, a thrilling reminder that life and death danced on the edge of a knife. In that moment, the jaguar became more than a mere creature. It transformed into a symbol of the raw, untamed essence of nature. Nearby, the eagle perched majestically on a high branch, observing the unfolding drama below. The bird's sharp gaze bore witness to the jaguar's power, understanding that both predator and prey were essential threads in the fabric of life. The eagle, revered for its wisdom, knew that every encounter held a lesson, every hunt a purpose. It was a reminder that in nature's cycle, there was beauty in both the chase and the stillness that followed. As night enveloped the forest, a haunting melody filled the air, a call of the wild that resonated with every living being. The jaguar, having caught its prey, let out a triumphant roar that echoed through the valley. It was a sound of victory, of survival, and of the eternal struggle that defined existence. This moment was fleeting, yet it felt infinite, a reflection of the primal forces that shaped the world. In the distance, the moon shone bright, wrapping the forest in a silvery glow, illuminating the jaguar's powerful form as it moved gracefully through the trees, a ghostly figure bound to the earth yet transcending it. The eagle took to the sky once more, wings beating against the cool night air, a spirit of hope and freedom soaring high above its earthly counterpart. Their stories intertwined, creating a tapestry of life steeped in mythology, a reminder that the past was never truly gone, but lingered on the edges of reality, waiting to be woven into the hearts of those who dared to listen. In the vibrant pulse of the ancient world, the sun's rays glinted off the stone temples of Tenochtitlan, casting elongated shadows that whispered tales of gods and legends. Each corner of this city with its intricate carvings and towering structures, held the breath of the Aztec Pantheon, where every stone had a story waiting to be told. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very essence of the deities danced in the atmosphere, enticing the curious and the brave alike. As people moved through the majestic avenues, their eyes instinctively sought out the grand pyramids, where Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was honored in elaborate rituals. This god was more than a figure of worship. He was a symbol of wisdom, life, and the duality of existence, reminding the Aztecs of the balance they must maintain between heaven and earth. The Grand Pyramid of the Sun stood tall, a staggering testament to what devotion could achieve, its steps worn by countless feet, each step echoing the heartbeat of a civilization that thrived on myth and culture. The vibrant murals adorning the walls of temples depicted fierce warriors, celestial bodies, and the ever-watchful gods. Each brushstroke was a prayer, a message to the divine. The colors sang stories of sacrifice and creation, capturing both the beauty and the brutality of life. The artist's hand trembled with purpose, knowing that the gods would gaze upon their work, finding satisfaction or ire in every detail. Here, the mythology of Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, came to life in fierce depictions of battle. With a heart of fire, he demanded not just reverence but blood, a constant reminder of the cycle of life and death. The Aztecs believed that their very existence hinged on the sustenance provided to the sun. Sacrifices were an offering of gratitude and necessity. The temples became stages for this dramatic dance of life, where the clash of metal and the cries of warriors filled the air, echoing off the walls as a living tribute to their powerful deities. In the sacred gardens, next to the temples, flowers bloomed vividly, symbolizing the connection between the earthly and the divine. Each petal sang of Xochiquetzal, the goddess of beauty and love, who watched over the fruits of nature. The Aztecs painted her presence in every blossom, every vibrant hue of the gardens, reminding all who entered of the delicate balance of life. Art was not merely decoration. It was a means to invoke the gods, to plead for favor, and to celebrate the beauty of existence itself. As twilight descended, the moonlight illuminated the statues of the gods, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the stones. Each figure seemed to breathe, alive with the energy of the stories they told. Tlaloc, the rain god, stood with a frown, his eyes forever watching over the land, ensuring the crops received the water they needed to thrive. His presence was felt in every droplet of rain, a reminder of the vital connection between the people and the forces of nature. The architecture, with its vaulted ceilings and grand arches, cradled the whispers of ancient prayers, echoing hopes and dreams into the endless night. Every temple was a microcosm of the Aztec worldview, reflecting their reverence for the cosmos and the endless cycles of life. The meticulous designs and geometric patterns told stories of the stars and the seasons, intertwining mythology and everyday life. The artistry, rooted in deep beliefs, was a language that transcended words. Each carving was a testament to their understanding of the universe, a visual representation of their spiritual journey. In the quiet spaces of these hallowed grounds, one could feel the weight of history pressing down, a tangible reminder of the lives lived and lost in the name of faith. The air shimmered with the echoes of chants, the heartbeat of ceremonies performed beneath the watchful gaze of stone deities. Every whisper of the wind seemed to carry the voices of ancestors, inspiring awe and reverence in those who dared to listen. As day turned to night, The stars emerged like diamonds scattered across a vast canvas, glimmering above the pyramids and temples that had witnessed the passage of time. The Aztecs believed that the stars were the souls of their ancestors, shining down to guide the living. Each twinkle told a story of sacrifice, love, and the ceaseless cycle of life. The architecture, designed to honor these celestial beings, directed one's gaze upward, reminding all of their place in the grand tapestry of existence. The vibrant marketplaces thrummed with life, where artisans showcased their talents, weaving intricate tapestries and crafting beautiful pottery adorned with divine symbols. Each piece of art was infused with a narrative, echoing the myths and gods that shaped their lives. The merchants, in their colorful attire, called out to passers-by, urging them to partake in the wonders of their creations, each one a piece of history, a shard of their cultural identity. At the center of it all stood the great Templo Mayor, an imposing structure that symbolized the heart of the Aztec universe. Built in layers, each phase of its construction reflected the evolution of their beliefs. The temple was a sacred site where rituals took place, where the lines between the earthly and divine blurred, and where the community gathered to witness the manifestation of their faith. Its very stones seemed to vibrate with energy, a place where the past and present intertwined, binding generations together in a shared experience of spirituality. From the massive stone carvings of serpents to the delicate frescoes of gods, the influence of Aztec mythology infused every aspect of their art and architecture. The vibrant culture thrived on legends, propelling their creativity and fueling their spiritual fire. Each creation was a testament to their belief system, a reflection of their understanding of the world around them. The artistry was alive, pulsating with emotions, a bridge connecting the material and the spiritual. As night blanketed the city, that connection grew stronger, as if the very stars above were listening. The songs of the past harmonized with the present, creating a symphony that would echo through time. The reverberations of mythology and faith transcended the physical, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of existence. Life continued, a seamless dance between the earthly and the divine, a powerful reminder of the enduring influence of Aztec mythology on art and architecture, shaping the soul of a civilization that would never be forgotten. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the bustling city of Tenochtitlan. As day turned to night, the air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that wrapped around the Aztec capital like a heavy blanket. In every corner, the whispers of gods intertwined with the sounds of life, echoing the heartbeat of a civilization that thrived on the sacred bonds between the divine and the earthly. Among the vibrant marketplaces and towering temples, the Aztecs were not alone in their devotion. The intricate web of Mesoamerican cultures wove a rich tapestry of beliefs, where ancient spirits danced between the realms of the living and the dead. The Aztecs absorbed and adapted the practices of their neighbors, creating an ever-evolving spiritual landscape. From the towering pyramids of the Teotihuacan to the sacred rituals of the Maya, these cultures shared a deep reverence for the cosmos, and the Aztecs stood at the intersection of it all. As the moon rose high, the flicker of torches illuminated the sacred precincts, where priests prepared for the evening's ritual. The sharp scent of copal resin filled the air, mingling with the beating of drums that echoed like thunder in the night. It was a night like no other, one that would honor Xipe-Totec, the god of renewal and rebirth. The Aztecs viewed their gods as the very essence of life, and these deities were not confined to their own pantheon. They were a reflection of the shared beliefs that flowed between tribes. In the shadows of the temple, an elder, adorned in feathered regalia, stood before a gathered crowd. His voice resonated with authority and passion, recounting tales of the gods who had come before. He spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, revered not only by the Aztecs, but also by the Toltecs and the Teotihuacan. Each tale spoke of connections, how these gods had nurtured the very soil of Mesoamerica, fostering agriculture, artistry, and community. As the elder spoke, images danced in the minds of the listeners. They envisioned the day when Aztec warriors met the Toltecs in a celebration of shared beliefs, where offerings of maize and chocolate cemented their kinship. It was a mingling of customs, with each culture infusing their rituals with colors and flavors that were uniquely theirs. The Aztecs would adopt the manner of worship of their neighbors, yet they flavored each practice with their own spice, creating a vibrant fusion that would resonate through generations. But this was not only a peaceful exchange. The Aztecs were fierce warriors and strategic conquerors. The conquests of the neighboring cultures often led to a rich exchange of religious beliefs, with the Aztec Pantheon expanding as they took in the deities of those they subdued. The once independent cults found themselves entwined in the grand tapestry of Aztec religion, as local gods were transformed and revered in the heart of Tenochtitlan. The night thickened, and the rhythmic pulse of the drums grew louder, beckoning the faithful to a collective trance. With every beat, the connection to the gods deepened, transcending the borders that once separated the Aztecs from their neighbors. Each culture, whether Olmec, Maya, or Mixtec, had their own stories, yet they converged in the Aztec worship of creation and destruction. The shared reverence for the cyclical nature of life became a bridge between peoples. Amidst this vibrant chaos, the power of the gods loomed large, demanding respect and devotion. The Mexica believed that to please their deities was to ensure the prosperity of their people. Rituals were often bloody, a testament to the stakes at play. Sacrifices became essential, and the Aztecs believed that their own hearts, given willingly to the gods, would sustain the cycle of life. As the elders' words faded into a chant, the crowd swayed, lost in the rhythmic promise of rebirth and renewal. In this shared reverence, echoes of fear and faith collided, drawing the faithful deeper into a trance-like state. They felt the weight of their ancestors' beliefs pressing down on them, urging them to remember the teachings of their forebearers. The Maya, with their intricate calendars and celestial knowledge, influenced the Aztecs' understanding of the cosmos. It was not just about rituals. It was a guide to living harmoniously with the universe. Then came the tension that electrified the air. A sudden piercing cry shattered the night. An offering had gone wrong. A priest stumbled, his ceremonial knife slipping, blood spilling onto the sacred stones. Gasps rippled through the crowd. A reminder of the fragility of life and the intense devotion that bound these cultures. In that moment, the Aztecs were reminded of the weight of their rituals and the sacred nature of their beliefs. The gods demanded perfection, and failure was met with swift, unforgiving consequences. Yet, the crowd did not scatter. Instead, they rallied, united by a shared understanding of sacrifice. They honored their gods, knowing that every drop of blood was a promise fulfilled, a bridge between their world and the divine. It was in this moment that the Aztecs became the embodiment of Mesoamerican spirituality, a testament to the intricate dance between fear, love, and devotion that pulsed within their veins. As the night wore on, the stars twinkled overhead, ancient witnesses to the unfolding drama below. Each spark of light represented a god, a memory, a story waiting to be told. The high priests, with their faces painted and adorned with feathers, led the people through the rituals that cemented their shared identities. From the echoes of the past to the dreams of the future, the Aztec religion was an ever-changing symphony, resonating with the beliefs of those who came before them. With every chant, with every sacrifice, the Aztecs wove their history into a magnificent story that transcended time and space, intertwining with the beliefs of their Mesoamerican kin. As dawn approached, the shadows of the night began to recede, but the fire of belief burned brightly. The Aztecs, standing tall amidst their neighbors, were more than just a single culture. They were a vibrant mosaic of connections, woven together by the threads of faith, sacrifice, and a shared reverence for the divine. The sun rose with a fiery glow over the ancient city of Tenochtitlan, its golden rays glinting against the shimmering waters of the lake that cradled it. The air thrummed with life, filled with the calls of merchants selling vibrant textiles, artisans shaping their crafts, and priests chanting sacred hymns. But beneath the vibrant tapestry of daily life, an undercurrent of fear began to pulse through the community. Whispers of strange figures, clad in armor and riding beasts, unlike any the Aztecs had seen, seeped into the conversations of the marketplace. The mighty empire, which believed itself protected by the gods, now faced an unfamiliar threat. As the Spanish conquistadors stepped onto Aztec soil, the clash of cultures erupted. Their leader, Hernán Cortés, carried a vision fueled by ambition and greed, but he was also a man who had heard tales of the riches that awaited him in this land. To the Aztecs, who revered their gods and the cyclical nature of life, these invaders were both a curiosity and a portent of doom. The Spaniards were treated as visitors at first, perhaps even as divine beings. Montezuma II, the emperor, was painted in a portrait of uncertainty, caught between the prophecies of his people and the reality of these newcomers. But the initial hospitality was tinged with trepidation. Each encounter was a dance of power and belief, the rhythm of their interaction shifting dramatically. The Aztecs, who had once believed they were the center of the universe, started to feel the ground shake beneath their feet. The arrival of the conquistadors challenged everything they held sacred. The gods they were raised to revere began to feel distant as the specter of violence loomed ever closer. The first skirmishes were small, almost like warning shots across the bow of a ship, but they escalated with horrifying speed. Each clash brought with it the spilling of blood, not just of warriors, but of the fragile beliefs that had sustained the Aztec civilization for centuries. The priests, who once interpreted the will of the gods, found themselves grappling with the realization that their rituals and sacrifices, once thought to keep the cosmos in harmony, were powerless against the iron swords and the deadly firearms of the Spaniards. As the battles raged, the Aztec people were thrust into a maelstrom of confusion and fear. One moment, they were celebrating the bounty of maize and the beauty of their deities. The next, they were confronted with the grotesque reality that the gods they had worshipped could not save them from annihilation. The conquistadors, emboldened by their initial successes, began to dismantle the very fabric of Aztec life, forcing their beliefs upon the subdued populace. The crucifix, a symbol of hope for the Spanish, became a weapon of oppression. The message was clear. The Aztec gods were false, and the only path to salvation lay in the acceptance of the God of the Spaniards. With every passing day, the temples that had once resonated with the chants of priests were reduced to mere shadows of their former glory. The sacred stones that had witnessed countless rituals and the deep reverence of the Aztec spirit were desecrated, replaced by the foreign symbols of a new faith. It was as if the very heartbeat of Tenochtitlan was being silenced, one blow at a time. The skies that once sheltered a vibrant civilization began to cloud with despair. The people who had offered sacrifices to appease their gods now found themselves facing the ultimate sacrifice: their identities. In the chaos, the voices of the Aztec people could still be heard, a mournful cry echoing through the ruins of their shattered beliefs. The memory of the sun god, Huitzilopochtli, and the rain god, Tlaloc, whose powers had seemed so vast, felt like a distant echo against the backdrop of swords clashing and screams of the dying. Who would save them now? The very essence of what it meant to be Aztec was at stake. This wasn't just a fight for territory. It was a fight for the soul of a civilization. Amidst the turmoil, the stories of bravery and resistance emerged. Some Aztecs, unwilling to surrender their beliefs, took up arms, determined to protect their gods and their way of life. Their battles were fierce and desperate, a combination of hope and hopelessness intertwined in every clash. But as the Spanish forces advanced, the numbers dwindled. The Aztec nobility, who had once commanded respect and authority, now found themselves grappling with the stark reality of betrayal and despair. The very structure of their society began to crumble, like the stone temples that had stood for centuries. As the siege of Tenochtitlan unfolded, a chilling silence began to blanket the city. The vibrant colors of the marketplace faded into muted tones of dread. The once proud warriors of the Aztec Empire now wore expressions of disbelief and sorrow. They could feel the essence of their beliefs slipping from their grasp, like sand through their fingers. It was not just land that was being lost. It was hope, faith, and a legacy that would echo through the ages. When the dust finally settled, the impact of the Spanish conquest lay heavily on the shoulders of the surviving Aztecs. Their gods, once so revered, had been replaced by a foreign faith, a stark reminder of their defeat. The stories of Huitzilopochtli and Tlaloc slipped into the shadows, and Christianity emerged in their place, like a harsh winter overtaking a once thriving spring. Generations would remember the day the sun set on their civilization, yet the echoes of their beliefs would linger in the hearts of those who survived, waiting for a time when they could rise once more, reclaiming the vibrancy of their past amid the ruins of their present. The sun still rose over Tenochtitlan, but its light now cast long shadows over a broken civilization, a poignant reminder of the beauty lost in the wake of conquest. And as the Aztecs grappled with the remnants of their beliefs, a new story began, one that intertwined with the threads of the conquerors and the conquered, destined to unfold in ways neither could have imagined. The battle for the soul of a people was far from over. It was merely transforming, waiting for its next chapter. In the dim light of a candle-lit room, old and worn, a feathered serpent danced across the walls, flickering shadows weaving tales of ancient glory. The air felt thick with history, almost as if the walls themselves held the whispers of those who came before. The Aztec people, with their vibrant culture and rich mythology, had faced a cataclysmic shift. Conquistadors, driven by greed and a hunger for gold, had swept through like a storm, leaving devastation in their wake. Yet, even as the world around them crumbled, the spirit of the Aztecs clung to life, refusing to be extinguished. In the aftermath of conquest, a spark ignited in the hearts of a few brave souls. Among them was a wise old priest, Tezcatlipoca, who had seen the rise and fall of empires. Every night, he gathered the remnants of his people, farmers, artisans, and warriors, under the cover of stars that had witnessed their ancestors' sacrifices. They would sit in a circle, hands clasped together, listening intently as he recounted tales of gods and heroes. The words flowed like honey, rich and sticky, binding them to their past. With every story, the essence of the Aztec spirit thrummed through the air, a pulse that refused to fade. The myths spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a creator god who brought knowledge and enlightenment. As Tezcatlipoca's voice rose and fell, the listeners could almost feel the vibrant colors of creation swirling around them, as if the very fabric of their identity was woven into the tales. These legends, once part of the daily rhythm of life, now became lifelines in a world that demanded silence. The people clung to them, not just for comfort, but as a rebellion against erasure. As years turned into decades, the Spanish sought to extinguish these stories, but they could not snuff out the fire that burned within the hearts of the Aztecs. Instead, they adapted, morphing their ancient tales to fit within the new framework imposed upon them. In secret corners of the city, storytellers would slip in words that resonated with both the old and the new, crafting narratives that defied oppression. They spoke of Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, who still roared in their hearts, igniting a longing for freedom and identity. The tension grew thick as the Spanish authorities began to tighten their grip. Fear was a constant companion, stalking the streets like a shadow. Yet, the Aztecs found ways to keep their stories alive. They painted murals hidden in their homes, depicting gods and legends with a brilliance that defied the darkness creeping in from outside. These vibrant images, splashed across walls in coded symbology, whispered to the next generations that they were not alone, that their ancestors still walked with them in spirit. In the bustling marketplaces, where the scent of fresh tortillas mingled with the sound of laughter, children listened wide-eyed to their grandparents' tales. "Did you hear?" one child would exclaim, clutching a stone carved with ancient symbols. "The sun fights the darkness every night." Their innocence was a stark contrast to the reality outside. Yet within their laughter lay a fierce determination to remember. They learned of the sacrifices made in the temples, the festivals that once filled the air with music and dance, and the profound connection to the cosmos that had guided their ancestors. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a hush fell over the city. A group of young rebels gathered, their hearts pounding with the weight of history. They had decided it was time to reclaim their stories, to etch them into the fabric of the new world. Underneath the cloak of night, they began to recite the ancient myths, their voices rising like smoke, enveloping the streets in a warm embrace. The words danced off their tongues, igniting a fire within the hearts of those who listened. The tales of bravery, love, and loss became a rallying cry, echoing through the night. The villagers, drawn by the allure of the stories, began to gather. In that moment, an unspoken bond formed, an understanding that they were all part of something greater. They were the descendants of gods, of warriors who faced insurmountable odds. The myths wrapped around them like a protective cloak, shielding them from the harsh realities of their existence. The stories became a source of strength, a reminder of who they were in a world that tried to redefine them. Yet, The tensions simmered just below the surface. The Spanish authorities grew increasingly wary of those who spoke of ancient gods and old ways. They sent their soldiers to silence the whispers, to eradicate the rebellion that began with a mere story. But what they didn't understand was that the power of these myths could never be fully silenced. They became an underground movement, a network of hearts beating in unison, each pulse a reminder that they would not be forgotten. Days turned into weeks, and the nights were filled with hushed conversations wrapped in the warmth of camaraderie. The elders shared their knowledge, teaching the youth to cherish their heritage. They spoke of the duality of existence, the balance of light and dark, life and death. The wisdom was palpable, weaving through the air like a fragrant incense, enveloping the listeners in a swirling dance of understanding. As they huddled under the stars, the stories grew bolder, more defiant. Tales of resistance against the invaders poured forth like a raging river, each word a drop of rebellion. The Aztecs began to reclaim their narrative, merging the old with the new while keeping their identity intact. The tension reached a crescendo, and the air hummed with anticipation. They were no longer just surviving, they were thriving, together, as a people. In the darkness of that pivotal night, the myths transformed into a living entity, woven into the very fabric of their existence. No longer mere stories, they had become the lifeblood of a community refusing to yield, a promise that the spirit of the Aztecs would endure. It was a quiet revolution, yet the power behind their words echoed louder than any sword or bullet. The legends whispered of hope, resilience, and an unbreakable bond that transcended time. Through the trials and tribulations, the myths stood strong, holding a mirror to their past, a guide for their present, and a beacon for their future. The storytellers, the dreamers, the warriors, they were all part of a greater narrative, a tapestry woven with threads of pain and triumph. The ember of their identity flickered, but it would never be extinguished. As they gathered around the fire, hearts alive with ancient song, the stories continued to weave their magic, preparing to transition into a new chapter, one that promised even more adventure and defiance against the tide of erasure. In the flickering light of a dimly lit cafe, a young artist hunched over a sketchbook, the sound of soft jazz melding with the murmurs of patrons. Her fingers danced over the paper, capturing the vibrant energy of a world long past. Each stroke breathed life into ancient gods and heroes. The air around her seemed charged, as if the spirits of Tlaloc, the rain god, and Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, were whispering their stories into her ear. In the modern world, Aztec mythology has morphed into a dynamic canvas, splashed with the colors of reinterpretation and renewed relevance. The artist, with her wide eyes and fervent passion, channeled the tales of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, with a brush that seemed to rock back and forth between reverence and rebellion. She understood the weight these stories carried, the echoes of sacrifice, love, and the struggle for power, all wrapped in the rich tapestry of a civilization that flourished in the Valley of Mexico. But the shadows of the past were not merely relics of history. They pulsed vibrantly in the modern psyche. Scholars sifted through the ancient texts, like those of the Popol Vuh and the Codex Mendoza, seeking to knit together the fragmented legacies of a civilization almost erased. In lecture halls across the globe, the tales of the Aztecs found new life, captivating audiences with their strange beauty and haunting truths. They spoke of gods who demanded offerings, humanity's dance with fate, and the thin line between creation and destruction. For many, these myths became a refuge, a source of inspiration, and a rebellion against the mundane. Musicians crafted haunting melodies that echoed the rhythms of the ancient drums, their lyrics weaving stories of transformation and renewal. The beat of a modern drum could almost pulse with the heartbeat of Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky, who reigned over the moonlit chaos. Each note struck a chord deep within, an ancient longing for connection that transcended time. Then there were the filmmakers, who brought the legends to life on screens both big and small, reviving the stories in stunning visuals that transported audiences to the awe-inspiring temples and sprawling markets of Tenochtitlan. A young boy, with stars in his eyes, watched as warriors clad in feathers clashed against the backdrop of a setting sun. He felt the tension of history in every scene, the weight of a world that once was, now reimagined for a generation, yearning for adventure and identity. Street art exploded in the urban landscapes, where murals adorned buildings like vibrant tattoos on the skin of a city. Artists like the enigmatic duo, known only as the Chicano murals, painted the gods and heroes of the Aztecs, connecting their struggles to those of contemporary issues. The bold strokes of paint told stories of resilience against oppression, echoing the fights of the past in the voices of the present. Huitzilopochtli and his legacy transformed into symbols of strength for marginalized communities, their narratives now intertwined with the fight for justice and equality. In this electrifying atmosphere, the old met the new. Social media buzzed with hashtags celebrating the rich heritage of the Aztecs, prompting discussions that spilled into every corner of the internet. Young people eagerly shared their interpretations, remixing ancient symbols with modern aesthetics. The jaguar, once a protector of the underworld, became a fierce emblem of resistance, standing tall amidst a backdrop of urban chaos. The stories of the Aztec Pantheon were not mere myths to be shelved in dusty archives. They sparked heated debates about cultural appropriation, identity, and the importance of honoring the past. Voices emerged, passionate and fierce, urging society to listen not only to the echoes of gods, but to the whispers of ancestors who endured adversity and resilience. As night descended, the artist stepped outside, her sketchbook cradled against her chest like a treasure. The cool air wrapped around her, the distant sounds of the city humming a familiar tune. With every step, she felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a reminder that she was part of something larger, an eternal narrative woven from threads of triumph and tragedy. In art galleries, critics and lovers of culture debated the meaning behind every brushstroke. Was this a true representation of Aztec mythology, or a modern twist that diluted its power? The tension crackled in the air, thick with passion and heated discussions. The spectators leaned in, hungry for answers, as they navigated the fine line between homage and innovation. Each piece echoed a struggle that transcended centuries, embodying both the beauty and brutality of life itself. The stories of creation and destruction, love and despair, blossomed anew. The Aztec gods, once fearful and revered, became reflections of the human condition, illustrating not only the complexity of the ancient world, but also the intricacies of today's existence. And on the streets, as the artist found her way home, a flicker of light danced in her heart. The myths of the Aztecs were alive in every conversation, every mural, and every beat of the drum. In the modern interpretations of these ancient tales, a bridge was formed, connecting generations and cultures, weaving a narrative that was simultaneously timeless and utterly contemporary. With each day, the legends grew, wrapping themselves around the modern world, like vines climbing the ruins of Tenochtitlan, reaching ever higher into the sky, whispering secrets both old and new to those willing to listen. Underneath the flickering, warm glow of a bonfire, a group of young people gathered on a moonlit night, transfixed by the stories of their ancestors. The shadows danced around them as the storyteller spoke of gods and monsters, of a world ruled by powerful deities and fate intertwined with the lives of mortals. The vibrancy of Aztec mythology surged through the air, a heartbeat echoing from centuries past, connecting the past with the present in an unbreakable bond. Each tale told that night was a reminder of the Aztecs' rich tapestry of beliefs, a world where Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, inspired creativity, knowledge, and the very essence of life itself. His story, a testament to the delicate balance of existence, resonated deeply with the listeners, reflecting their own struggles and aspirations. With every word, the ancient myths breathed life into contemporary souls, igniting flames of inspiration that would not easily flicker out. In bustling cities, where skyscrapers scraped the heavens, Aztec symbols found their way into graffiti art, tattoos, and fashion. Young artists infused their work with the vibrant colors and intricate designs that once adorned temples and codices. Each piece, a bold statement, shouted out the importance of heritage amidst the noise of modernity. The jaguar, a symbol of strength and ferocity, prowled through city streets, reimagined as a fierce protector in a world that often felt chaotic and unforgiving. Cinema, too, paid homage. Films that portrayed the grandeur and tragedy of the Aztecs captivated audiences, merging breathtaking visuals with emotional storytelling. The tales of sacrifice, destiny, and love drew viewers in, wrapping them in a cocoon of historical richness. One could almost feel the weight of the obsidian blades, the chilling calls of priests echoing through time, as they were transported to a world where gods walked among men, shaping the very fabric of their existence. As the seasons changed, so did the celebrations. Dia de los Muertos, a vibrant festival honoring the dead, emerged as a profound expression of Aztec belief in the cycle of life and death. Streets transformed into a kaleidoscope of marigold petals and sugar skulls, where laughter mingled with remembrance. Yet within this joy was an underlying reverence, a moment to connect, to share, to acknowledge how the past and present swirl together, like the smoke of copal incense, intertwining memories of those who came before with the experiences of those who live today. Even in the realm of literature, the echoes of Aztec mythology resonated profoundly. Writers and poets filled pages with verses that reflected the struggles of their communities, drawing parallels between ancient tales and contemporary issues. They wrote of love and loss, of courage in the face of adversity, much like the warriors of old who fought valiantly for their people. The stories of Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, became metaphors for personal battles, while the unwavering spirit of Quetzalcoatl inspired resilience in those facing their own life trials. Fashion designers embraced Aztec patterns, weaving them into stunning collections that made bold statements on runways worldwide. The intricate patterns, reminiscent of ancient textiles, twirled around bodies, celebrating heritage while pushing boundaries. Each garment told a story, a homage to a past that refused to fade away, blending tradition with the pulse of modernity in a beautiful dance that left onlookers breathless. Amidst all this, the cultural revival was not without its conflicts. Some questioned the authenticity of these expressions, the commercialization of sacred symbols, while others celebrated the awareness they brought. Yet, it was this very tension that fueled passionate debates, drawing communities closer, igniting a fire of pride and purpose. The legacy of the Aztecs lived not only in the stories, but in the hearts of those who chose to carry it forward, each generation adding a new layer to an ever-evolving narrative. In the solitude of an artist's studio, a muralist stood before a massive canvas, paintbrush in hand, as visions of Tlaloc, the rain god, and his thunderous power cascaded onto the surface. The artist's heartbeat synced with the rhythm of the universe, each stroke a celebration of life, a call to remember the interdependence between humanity and nature. This was not just art, it was a revival, a powerful reminder that the lessons of the past were crucial to navigating the complexities of the present. As night fell once more, the storyteller's voice echoed in the hearts of his listeners, weaving together the threads of history and culture. They felt the weight of the stories, the warmth of the bonfire mingling with the cool night air. The legends of the Aztecs were not mere relics of the past. They pulsed with life, igniting passion and connection, a bridge that spanned generations. In that moment, beneath the shimmering stars, they embraced their heritage, determined to keep the flames of their ancestry alive, aware that the legacy of Aztec mythology would continue to shape their lives in ways both seen and unseen. With each passing year, as new talents emerged, the vibrant heartbeat of Aztec mythology grew stronger. Musicians borrowed rhythms from ancient instruments, infusing contemporary genres with sounds that resonated deeply within the soul. The whispers of the past mingled with the beats of the present, creating a symphony that echoed through the streets, a powerful reminder that the stories we tell shape who we are. As the fire crackled, the storyteller smiled, knowing that the night was far from over. The tales of gods and heroes would continue to inspire and provoke thought, tapping into emotions that connected all people, no matter their background. With each story shared, the legacy of the Aztecs flickered like the flames before them, eternal and unyielding, waiting for the next chapter to be written. And so, the listeners sat captivated, knowing that their connection to the past was just beginning, that the tapestry of their existence was woven with threads of ancient wisdom, ready to unfold into something beautiful. An ancient sun rose over Tenochtitlan, casting a golden glow on the bustling city. In the middle of it all stood a grand temple, its stone walls echoing with the chants of priests. They called upon the gods, a plea for favor, or perhaps a warning of their wrath. Sacrifices were made, and blood was poured, a vivid reminder of the intertwining of life, death, and the divine. This was not merely a scene from history, it was the very essence of Aztec mythology, a vibrant tapestry woven into the lives of a people who revered the forces that shaped their existence. In the world of literature, the Aztecs' rich mythology has ignited the imaginations of countless writers. Their stories of gods like Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, and Tezcatlipoca, the god of night and sorcery, leap off the page. These deities were not just figures of worship, they represented the duality of creation and destruction. The Aztecs believed that the cosmos was in constant flux, a dance of light and shadow. This conflict between the divine and the mortal often mirrored the struggles faced by characters in novels, creating a compelling connection that resonates with readers. Novels such as The Hummingbird's Daughter by Luis Alberto Urrea breathe life into this ancient world. The characters navigate a landscape shaped by myth, their destinies influenced by the whims of the gods. Urrea's storytelling pulls readers into a world filled with vibrant imagery and tragic beauty. As they turn each page, the pulse of Aztec mythology throbs like a heartbeat, reminding them that every choice carries the weight of divine observation. The characters are not merely seeking their paths. They are entangled in a cosmic drama that echoes the very fabric of existence. Yet, literature is only one piece of the puzzle. Film, too, has sought to capture the essence of Aztec mythology, though often through a lens tinted with the filmmaker's interpretation. Movies like Apocalypto, directed by Mel Gibson, thrust viewers into a visceral experience of the Aztec world. The sound of war drums, the sight of swaying palm trees, and the tension of impending doom create an atmosphere thick with emotion. The protagonist, caught in a web of fate, embodies the struggle of a people faced with the specter of conquest and sacrifice. In these cinematic portrayals, the Aztecs come alive. The vibrant colors, the intricate costumes, and the haunting music serve to immerse the audience in a world that feels both foreign and familiar. The rituals and traditions depicted on screen resonate with a primal understanding of humanity's need to connect with the divine, to seek meaning in the chaos. Each frame tells a story, not just of gods and heroes, but of ordinary lives intertwined with the extraordinary. However, the representation of Aztec mythology in film has not been without controversy. Critics often point to the oversimplification of complex beliefs and the tendency to present a monolithic view of a diverse culture. Yet, in the hands of skilled storytellers, these myths have the power to captivate and provoke thought. They challenge viewers to confront their own beliefs, to reflect on the nature of sacrifice and redemption. The emotional intensity is palpable, drawing audiences into the lives of those who walked the earth long before them, reminding them of their own humanity. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting shadows that dance across the walls of history, the legacy of Aztec mythology continues to influence modern narratives. Writers and filmmakers find inspiration in the ancient tales, weaving them into contemporary stories that address timeless themes of love, loss, and the search for identity. The gods may have faded into the background, but their stories live on, echoing through the ages. In graphic novels and animated features, the vibrant visuals breathe new life into ancient tales. Artists capture the essence of the Aztec pantheon, illustrating the clash between good and evil with breathtaking creativity. The colors explode from the pages, drawing the eye and igniting the imagination. Readers are not just passive observers. They become part of the narrative, feeling the weight of each character's choices and the consequences that follow. The stories of the Aztecs also infiltrate video games, where players take on the roles of warriors, priests, and even gods themselves. With every quest, every battle fought, players engage with the mythology in a visceral way. They are not merely spectators. They become part of an ongoing saga, where every decision shapes the outcome. This interactive experience taps into the primal need for storytelling, blurring the lines between myth and reality. In this modern tapestry, echoes of the past reverberate. The Aztec civilization, once vibrant and powerful, now exists through the lens of creativity. Each retelling, each reinterpretation adds a layer to the mythology, ensuring that it remains relevant in a fast-paced, ever-changing world. The emotions captured in these stories, fear, hope, love, and despair, are universal, binding people across time and space. The tension that surrounds Aztec mythology in literature and film mirrors the very conflicts that defined the civilization itself. War, sacrifice, and the quest for power shaped the lives of those who lived in Tenochtitlan, just as they shape the characters in modern narratives. Readers and viewers alike are drawn into this intricate dance, compelled by the pull of destiny, the weight of history, and the fire of the human spirit. As the story of the Aztecs continues to unfold in the world of literature and film, its influence remains a potent force, shaping not just narratives, but the very way we understand ourselves. The gods may be silent now, but their stories weave through the threads of our collective consciousness, urging us to remember, to reflect, and to connect. In a dimly lit chamber, a young Aztec priest sat cross-legged on the earthen floor, the flickering glow of a single candle casting long shadows against the crumbling walls. His heart raced as he recalled the vivid dream that had invaded his night. In the dream, the sky split open, revealing a cascade of shimmering feathers that rained down upon him like a divine blessing. The whispers of the gods echoed in his ears, urging him to interpret the signs and omens that surrounded him. To the Aztecs, dreams were not mere fancies of the mind. They were powerful messages from the divine, laden with meaning and urgency. The air was thick with anticipation, as the priest understood that his interpretation could shape the destiny of his people. In the world of the Aztecs, dreams served as a bridge between their reality and the divine. They were a canvas upon which the gods painted their will, offering glimpses into the future or warnings of impending doom. Every night, as the moon cast its silver light upon the sacred temples, men and women drifted into a realm where the boundaries of life and the spirit world blurred. A dream could be a blessing, or it could be a harbinger of disaster. The weight of this understanding pressed heavily upon their hearts, filling them with both dread and hope. The community often gathered, eagerly listening as the priest recounted the dreams of the night before. Some spoke of magnificent temples rising from the earth, while others warned of storms that would engulf the land. The people leaned in closer, their breaths held, as they sought guidance from these ethereal messages. In a society deeply intertwined with the cycles of nature, the interpretation of dreams was crucial. A dream about abundant rain could mean a bountiful harvest, while a dream of fire might signify destruction and loss. One night, an elderly woman shared her dream with the gathered crowd. She described a great serpent coiling around the sun, blocking its light. Gasps filled the air, and an uneasy silence fell. The priest's brow furrowed as he contemplated the meaning. Was it a sign of a coming eclipse, an omen of sorrow? Or did it foretell a time when darkness would threaten to consume them? The tension was palpable, as every soul in the room sensed the gravity of her vision. It was a reminder that the cosmos had a watchful eye over their lives, and the dreams of one could hold the fate of many. A child's laughter suddenly broke the silence, a jarring contrast to the heavy atmosphere. The priest looked over to see a small boy playing with a brightly colored feather, blissfully unaware of the ominous message that had just been revealed. But in this moment of innocence, a stark truth emerged. While dreams could foretell doom, they could also inspire hope. The Aztecs understood the balance of life. Joy and sorrow were intertwined like the threads of a tapestry. The dreams would always be there, guiding their paths in times of uncertainty. As the seasons turned, the Aztecs became skilled at reading the signs around them. The chirping of cicadas, the flight of birds, even the patterns of smoke from their sacred fires were seen as omens. Each event held potential meaning, as if the universe itself was conversing with them. When the sun rose in a particular way, casting unusual shadows across the fields, they would gather, their eyes shining with a mix of excitement and fear. What message was the sun delivering today? Would it be a day of joy, or would they face calamity? The weight of these beliefs often pressed heavily on the hearts of the people. Every celebration was laced with the understanding that the gods were ever watchful, and the joy of the moment could swiftly turn if the omens were ignored. The priest, burdened with this responsibility, often found himself awake at night, pondering the weight of his role in interpreting the dreams and signs. What if he misread the message? What if the fate of the entire community rested on his shoulders? In a moment of heightened tension, a great earthquake shook the city. As the people stumbled from their homes, eyes filled with terror, they searched for answers. The priest felt the ground beneath him tremble, like the very heart of the earth. He knew he must act swiftly. In that desperate moment, he recalled a dream from his youth, one where jaguars roamed the streets, fierce and unyielding. He stood tall, calling upon the gathered crowd to remember the signs they had seen together, the shifting winds, the restless animals. They must consult the sacred texts, search the omens, and offer sacrifices to appease the gods. In that moment, fear morphed into a potent energy, igniting the crowd's resolve. As the people moved in unison, preparing offerings and seeking to interpret the signs, a sense of unity enveloped them. Dreams and omens were no longer just mystical messages. They were a call to action, binding the community together in a shared purpose. The priest felt a rush of adrenaline, a reminder that even in chaos, there was a rhythm, a heartbeat that pulsed through the land. And as they worked, the weight of their beliefs lifted, replaced by hope and determination. Yet, even as the days passed and the earth quieted, the dreams continued to haunt the priest. He began to question whether he was truly grasping the messages from the gods. Doubt crept into his heart like a shadow. Each night, he lay awake, wrestling with his fears and seeking guidance from the spirits that whispered in the dark. The dreams became darker, more foreboding, filled with images of destruction and despair. He could feel the weight of his people's trust pressing down on him, an unbearable load that threatened to crush him. And so, the cycle continued. As dreams collided with reality, the line between the two blurred, leaving the priest and his people in a constant state of anticipation. Each morning brought a new wave of hope or dread as the signs unraveled before their eyes. In the depths of their beliefs lay a profound truth. The universe was alive with meaning, each dream echoing with the voices of the gods. Their lives were a dance, a delicate balance of fate and free will, where each step could lead to glory or ruin. In the shadows of the temple, the priest pondered his place within this tapestry. Would he be the one to guide his people through the trials that lay ahead? Would he uncover the meaning of the dreams that haunted his nights? The weight of uncertainty bore down upon him, tightening its grip. But in the depths of his heart, a flicker of resolve ignited. As long as dreams continued to weave their stories, he would remain a steadfast interpreter of the signs, a beacon of hope in a world that thrummed with the pulse of the divine. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the bustling city of Tenochtitlan. The scent of flowers and smoke wafted through the air as the people moved with purpose, their hearts beating in rhythm with the ancient pulse of the world around them. Time to the Aztecs was not merely a measure of hours or days, it was a sacred dance, a cycle that dictated the very essence of life. As the sun set, The whispers of the past echoed in the hearts of those who walked the cobblestone streets, reminding them of the profound connection between the cosmos and their existence. In Aztec thought, time was seen as a series of interwoven cycles, each one as vital as the last. The calendar, with its intricate patterns, guided everything from planting crops to sacred rituals. There were two main calendars that the Aztecs relied upon, the Tonalpohualli and the Huitzilopochtli, each with its own significance and rhythm. The Tonalpohualli, a sacred 260-day calendar, linked the heavens and the earth, while the Huitzilopochtli marked the solar year, tracking the cycles of the sun. Together, these calendars formed a tapestry, rich with meaning and influence. Each cycle was infused with the idea of renewal and rebirth. The Aztecs believed that the world had been created and destroyed 4 times. In each cycle, the gods had taken part, shaping the world and the people within it. The memory of past creations and destructions lingered like a haunting melody in their souls. The most profound of these was the belief that the current era, the 5th sun, would eventually meet its end as well. This understanding filled their hearts with both fear and determination as they lived their lives, striving to please the gods and ensure the survival of their world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sense of urgency pulsed through the air. The festival of the new fire approached, a moment of tremendous significance that marked the end of the year and the start of a new cycle. The people prepared for this sacred event, gathering wood and materials to create a new fire that would symbolize the rebirth of the sun. There was a palpable energy among the people, a blend of excitement and apprehension, as they recognized the weight of their responsibility in this cosmic balance. In a secluded corner of the city, a priest stood before the sacred flame, his heart racing with the knowledge of what was to come. The night of the festival would be a time of testing, a moment where the very fibers of existence would be woven together in a ritual that would echo into eternity. As the stars twinkled above, the priest closed his eyes and envisioned the cycle of life and death, of destruction and creation. He felt the pulse of time, each beat a reminder of what was at stake. Would the gods look favorably upon them? Would the sun rise again? The drums began to thrum, a deep rhythm that resonated through the crowd, igniting their spirits. The dancers moved in a wild frenzy, their bodies twisting and turning, embodying the very forces of nature. As they danced, they called upon the gods, beseeching them for strength and protection. Each step was a prayer, every movement a declaration of their existence, a testament to the cycles that governed their lives. As the fire ignited, a brilliant light filled the square, illuminating the faces of the gathered people. Gasps of awe escaped their lips, and tears of joy streamed down their cheeks. In that moment, they understood their place in the cosmos, a tiny yet significant part of an endless cycle. They were connected not only to each other, but to the stars, the earth, and all that had come before them. The fear of the end transformed into a celebration of life, a reaffirmation of their dedication to the gods and the ancient cycles that defined their existence. But even as joy filled the air, a shadow of dread loomed overhead. The belief in the cyclical nature of existence also meant that the end was always on the horizon. The Aztecs lived with the knowledge that their world could collapse, just as it had done in ages past. This precarious balance between life and death, joy and sorrow, was a constant companion, reminding them of the fragility of their existence. In the quiet moments after the festival, As the embers glowed softly against the night sky, whispers of the past lingered in the air. Tales of the previous suns, of the gods who had sacrificed so much, echoed among the people. They spoke of the struggle and suffering that had shaped their identity, fueling a deep appreciation for their current lives. The lessons of time were etched in their hearts, guiding their actions and decisions. Each sunrise was a gift, a chance to begin anew. The Aztecs embraced this notion, understanding that they were part of a larger story that spanned across ages. Generations would rise and fall, but the cycles would continue, each one building upon the last. Time, to them, was not linear. It was a spiraling journey that intertwined their fates with the divine. As the sun rose again, casting golden light over the city, the people of Tenochtitlan opened their eyes to a new day. The rhythm of life pulsed through their veins, a perpetual cycle of beginnings and endings. They moved forward, infused with hope and a deep awareness of the interconnectedness of all things, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And thus the sun continued its eternal dance across the sky, a reminder that while the cycles of time may bring fear, they also bring the promise of rebirth, of moments that define existence, of life lived fully in the embrace of the cosmos. In a world where the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, the Aztecs believed death was not an end, but a transformation, a doorway to a new existence that thrummed with vitality and mystery. The heartbeat of the universe resonated in their souls, echoing the belief that every person, no matter their station in life, continued to travel through the cosmos after their earthly life concluded. The air was thick with incense, and the sound of drums filled the night as the living paid homage to their ancestors. Each ceremony was a vivid tapestry, woven with color, emotion, and reverence. The Aztecs knew that their fate in the afterlife was intricately linked to how they lived on Earth. Those who lived with courage and purpose would find themselves in a paradise unlike any other, while those who met their end with cowardice faced the foreboding darkness. Chimalpopoca, a young warrior, stood before the altar, the flickering flames casting shadows across his solemn face. He had fought valiantly in battle, his heart racing with the thrill of combat. The elders had told him that such bravery would lead him to the sunlit fields of Tlacopan, a place where the spirits laughed and danced under the watchful gaze of the gods. But fear gripped him as he contemplated the fate of those who fell in battle, their souls trapped between worlds. Would he find solace in the embrace of the sun, or would he wander eternally, lost in the shadows of his fears? As the ceremonial chants filled the cool night air, Chimalpopoca's heart pulsed with a mixture of pride and dread. He envisioned the river of the dead, a vast expanse that separated the living from the dead, Chikunamictlan. Legends whispered of its treacherous currents that could only be crossed with the help of Xolotl, the dog of the underworld. Only after enduring trials that tested the essence of their spirit could one find peace. The thought of navigating such a journey sent shivers through him, the very essence of life and death entwined in his mind. Among the gathered, an elderly woman, Tsitzimime, recounted tales of those who had crossed over. She spoke of the majestic rewards awaiting the brave, the sunlit fields of paradise, where the warriors danced with the gods, their laughter soaring into the heavens. But to reach such heights, one had to make sacrifices, sacrifices that were not taken lightly. The Aztecs believed that the blood of the living nourished the gods, sustaining the delicate balance of the world. The rituals, often culminating in the most sacred offerings, were a testament to their faith. As the ceremonies intensified, the scent of roses and copal filled the air, a bittersweet reminder of life's fragility. The living offered their prayers, their hopes mingling with the smoke, rising higher into the night. Each whisper was a thread woven into the fabric of the cosmos, where the spirits would listen and guide those who needed them. Tears flowed freely, but joy flickered in their hearts, a duality that defined the Aztec relationship with the afterlife. In a corner of the gathering, Xochitl, a healer, gazed into the flame. She had lost her beloved to the battlefield, and the weight of grief settled heavily upon her chest. Yet, she took comfort in the stories of the afterlife. Her heart surged with emotion as she recalled how the spirits of her ancestors guided her through her darkest days. They were never truly gone. They lingered in the air around her, in the rustling leaves and the gentle breeze. Xochitl whispered her own prayer, a desperate plea for her beloved to find peace. The connection between the living and the dead pulsed like a heartbeat, a reminder of the ongoing bond that transcended death. The Aztecs believed that those who were loved would always be part of the living, their essence imprinted upon the hearts that remembered them. Yet, not all were destined for paradise. The stories of those who died a coward's death sent chills down the spine. A life lived in fear, without honor or courage, meant a treacherous passage through the afterlife. Those souls would wander aimlessly, doomed to drift through the dark, forever seeking a light that might never shine for them. The thought of being lost in the shadows was a chilling reminder of what it meant to live bravely. As the night wore on, the reverence deepened. The chanting grew louder, a call to arms for those who had fallen, a reminder that their spirits lived on in the hearts of those who remembered. The warriors, the healers, the mothers and fathers, they all played a part in the grand tapestry of existence, each life intertwined with the next, creating a rich legacy that the Aztecs held sacred. The sun began to rise, casting golden rays into the gathering. The dawn light kissed the faces of the living, and whispers of hope danced in the air. The Aztecs knew that each day was a new beginning, a chance to honor the past while forging a future. With their hearts filled with fire, they prepared to face the day, knowing that the afterlife awaited, a constant reminder that death was merely a doorway to new adventures. Chimalpopoca took a deep breath, the resolve hardening in his chest. He felt the presence of those who had come before him, their spirits guiding him toward a fate he could not yet see. With each step he took, he felt the heartbeat of the universe resonate through him, a promise that he would not walk alone. He understood that he would face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that the afterlife was not a distant realm, but an intimate part of life itself. As the sun climbed higher, illuminating the path before him, the stories of the afterlife echoed in his mind. The trials, the laughter, the joyous reunions with ancestors, each tale woven into the fabric of existence, binding the living and the dead in an eternal embrace. In this world, life and death danced together in a symphony of emotion, a reminder that even as they faced the unknown, they could find solace in the love that transcended the boundaries of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the sacred city of Tenochtitlan, a palpable energy filled the air, charged with the whispers of gods and the pulse of human ambition. The Aztec people moved with purpose, their hearts resonating with the tales of deities who shaped their world. Every corner of this bustling metropolis was woven with stories of ancient figures, whose very essence breathed life into governance and society. At the helm of this vibrant civilization stood Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the sun. His presence loomed large, not just in the temples where priests chanted hymns, but in the hearts of warriors who prepared for battle. Fearless and fierce, his image adorned shields and banners, sparking a flame of courage in the soldiers. Each warrior bore the weight of Huitzilopochtli's spirit, believing that their victories brought honor to their community and sustenance to their gods. The night before a battle, they gathered in fervent prayer, their voices a symphony that echoed through the mountains, a collective heartbeat that inspired both dread and exhilaration. In stark contrast, the motherly figure of Coatlicue, the earth goddess, exuded a nurturing strength that enveloped the people. Her image, often depicted with a skirt of serpents and a necklace of human hearts, signified both life and death. Farmers prayed for her blessing before sowing seeds, understanding that their crops depended on her mercy. Yet, they also knew that her wrath could bring drought or devastation. Each planting season was a ritual, a dance of hope and fear. As they sought to please her with offerings of flowers and food, their lives intricately linked to her whims. The balance between Huitzilopochtli's power and Coatlicue's nurturing was a reflection of the Aztec understanding of life itself, a cycle of creation and destruction. It was this duality that guided rulers in their decisions, reminding them that power came with responsibility. They wore the weight of these divine figures like crowns, their governance steeped in the belief that they were chosen by the gods to uphold a sacred order. Tlaloc, the god of rain, was also crucial in this divine pantheon. His domain was the water that flowed through the canals of Tenochtitlan, vital for agriculture and survival. Without Tlaloc's favor, the city could face famine. During the dry months, when the sun blazed unforgivingly overhead, the people would gather at temples, their faces painted with blues and greens, symbolizing water and life. They danced, their movements a plea to the heavens, hoping to coax Tlaloc into bestowing rain upon their parched land. When the first drops fell, a collective gasp of relief would ripple through the crowd, tears of joy mingling with raindrops, a reminder of their vulnerability and dependence on the divine. The Aztecs also revered Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, a symbol of wisdom and the wind. Unlike the warlike fervor of Huitzilopochtli, Quetzalcoatl represented knowledge, learning, and culture. He was the patron of priests and scholars, embodying the belief that wisdom was as crucial as might. Rulers would often consult the teachings attributed to him, using his wisdom to guide their governance. His stories were told around fires, captivating young and old alike, as they passed down lessons of morality and ethics. In the eyes of the Aztecs, to follow Quetzalcoatl was to aspire to greater understanding, a pursuit that forged a more enlightened society. The intertwining of these mythological figures with Aztec governance created a tapestry rich in meaning and emotion. Rulers made offerings to the gods, from vibrant flowers to the beating hearts of captured enemies, believing that their actions would ensure divine favor. The streets buzzed with anticipation during festivals, where people adorned themselves in extravagant costumes, embodying their gods to reinforce the bond between the divine and mortal realms. Laughter and music filled the air, blending with the solemnity of rituals, creating an atmosphere charged with joy and reverence. Yet, the responsibility of governance was not without its shadows. The tale of Tezcatlipoca, the god of night and sorcery, served as a reminder of the ever-present danger lurking beneath the surface of society. Known as the smoking mirror, he was both revered and feared, embodying chaos and unpredictability. His influence was felt in the hearts of those who coveted power, tempting rulers to make choices steeped in selfish ambition. The Aztecs believed that the darker aspects of human nature could lead them astray, making sacrifices to Tezcatlipoca not only a ritual of appeasement, but a reflection of their struggles against their own inner demons. As the sun set further, a palpable tension filled the air. The stories of these figures swirling like the smoke from the ceremonial fires. The lives of individuals and the fate of the city rested upon the shoulders of those in power, who had to navigate the delicate balance of divine will and human ambition. The whispers of the gods echoed through the streets, mingling with the cries of children and the laughter of families, all part of a grand design that intertwined myth with the fabric of daily life. The pulse of Tenochtitlan was relentless, a constant reminder of the stakes at hand. Each decision made by the rulers resonated in the heavens above, where the gods watched closely, their expressions inscrutable. The Aztec people, with their rich tapestry of beliefs, understood that their very existence was a performance, a dance between the mortal realm and the divine, where every action held the weight of eternity. The air was thick with anticipation, for the next moment could shift everything. A sacrifice, an offering, a prayer whispered under the watchful gaze of the stars. In the distance, the drums began to beat, their rhythm a call to arms, resonating in the hearts of every warrior and citizen. The gods watched, their eyes glimmering like distant stars, as the people of Tenochtitlan prepared to write the next chapter in their saga, forever entwined with the mythological figures who governed their lives and destinies. A giant stone lies in the center of a bustling square, its surface intricately carved and heavy with the weight of time. People gather around it, some with awe in their eyes, others with casual indifference, yet all are caught in the spell of its presence. At first glance, it appears to be merely a massive disk of stone. But as one leans closer, the details emerge like whispered secrets. The images etched into the stone speak of a world long gone, a world where every sunrise and sunset held weight, where each moment was a sacred cycle. The Aztec calendar stone, or the sunstone, is a relic that tells a tale of life, death, and rebirth. At its center, a fearsome face emerges, representing Tonatiuh, the sun god. His visage commands respect and fear, symbolizing the relentless march of time and the necessity of sacrifice to ensure the sun's journey across the sky. The sun rises, and it sets, a constant reminder of the cycles that govern existence. The people who once thrived under the shadow of this stone understood its significance. They knew that each day brought them closer to their fate, a fate intertwined with the celestial dance above. Surrounding Tonatiuh, the stone is adorned with a tapestry of symbols, each representing an aspect of the Aztec cosmos. The 4 squares that encircle the sun, gods signify the 4 previous worlds, each one ending in cataclysm. The Aztecs believed that their world was the 5th, and it was their responsibility to keep it alive through offerings and ceremonies. The tension rises as the weight of this knowledge settles upon the shoulders of those who gaze upon it. The question lingers in the air. How long can they sustain this balance, this fragile existence? The carved figures around the central face depict the days of the year, each one a heartbeat in the life of a civilization that thrived on the blessings of the gods. The symbols of the days, like jaguars, eagles, and serpents, whisper tales of courage and strength, of battles fought and victories claimed. As the sun sets, shadows stretch across the stone, bringing the images to life. One can almost hear the drums of distant ceremonies, the chants rising into the night air, invoking the spirits that govern their fate. Emotions swirl like the leaves of an autumn wind. The thrill of ancient knowledge mingles with the fear of oblivion. The stone is not just a calendar. It is a reminder of the Aztec belief in duality, the coexistence of life and death, light and shadow. The rhythm of time is reflected in the intricate carvings, where each spiral and line is a heartbeat, connecting the past to the present. There is a pulse to the stone that resonates with those who dare to listen. It reminds them that every moment is a thread woven into the fabric of life, a delicate balance of joy and sorrow. As the sun dips lower, the sky blazes with hues of orange and pink, and the stone glows with an almost ethereal light. People around it begin to murmur, sharing stories of their ancestors, tales of bravery and sacrifice that echo through the ages. They can feel the power of those who came before them, the weight of history pressing down upon their chests. It's a bittersweet feeling, an understanding that while they are but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry, their actions still hold meaning. Suddenly, a hush falls over the crowd. A figure approaches, adorned in vibrant feathers and intricate jewelry, embodying the spirit of an ancient priest. The energy shifts as he raises his hands, invoking the gods, calling upon the very essence of the stone. The air thickens with anticipation, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of his ritual. He speaks words long forgotten, words that weave through the fabric of time, seeking to connect the living with the spirits of the past. With each spoken word, the crowd feels a longing, as if the stone itself is awakening. The carvings shimmer in the twilight, and for a moment, the boundary between past and present blurs. The sacrifices, the prayers, the hopes of countless generations seem to swirl around them, filling the air with an electric energy. Tears slip down faces, not of sadness, but of connection, an understanding that they are part of something far greater than themselves. But as the last echoes of the priest's voice fade into the night, a shadow looms. An unsteady fear grips the heart. What if the cycle of life is interrupted? What if the balance is tipped? The Aztecs knew well the price of neglect, the burden of broken promises to the gods. The stories of the past weigh heavily on the present, reminding all of their responsibility to keep the world turning. In that moment, the stone stands as a testament to the frailty of life, a reminder of the impermanence that shadows every heartbeat. It is a furious dance, a delicate balancing act between the vibrant life of the living and the haunting silence of the departed. The crowd senses this tension, a collective breath held in anticipation of what is to come. As the stars begin to twinkle above, the stone pulsates with the energy of the night. Its symbolism reaches out, drawing them into its endless story. The fear of time slipping away intertwines with the hope of new beginnings. The crowd feels the weight of history pressing against them, and they realize that within the stone lies not only their past, but also the seeds of their future, waiting to be nurtured and grown. The night deepens, and the energy surges, weaving through the air like a song. The ancient ritual continues, the rhythm of life and death, sacrifice and rebirth echoing around the stone. The Aztec calendar. Stone watches, a silent guardian of time, and the people, bound by their fears and dreams, stand united in the embrace of its powerful symbolism. a new chapter awaits, one that will echo through the ages, entwined forever with the stone's haunting allure. In a world where the sun hung low in a blood-red sky, a chilling wind whispered through the ancient stone temples of Tenochtitlan. The air crackled with the echoes of gods and monsters, tales etched in the very fabric of the ground beneath one's feet. Here, in this vibrant civilization, the Aztecs worshipped deities that mirrored the tumultuous emotions of humanity: love, war, sacrifice, and rebirth. Yet, beyond the towering pyramids and the vibrant markets filled with the scents of spicy cacao, other Mesoamerican cultures spun their own intricate tapestries of myth. As the moon climbed higher, the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, soared through the heavens, a being of duality, both god and man. He represented knowledge and life, yet simultaneously he was a harbinger of destruction. Each tale told of his creation, a dance of light and shadow, echoed through time, intertwining with the stories of the Maya, who revered Kukulkan, a similar feathered deity. The Maya, too, spun tales of gods who roamed the earth, battling with the forces of nature, invoking awe and fear in equal measure. In the sacred city of Chichen Itza, under the gaze of the Great Pyramid, the Maya spoke of their own gods: Itzamna, the creator god, nurturing life with a gentle touch, and Ixchel, the moon goddess, whose spirit flowed through the rivers, healing and bringing forth fertility. Yet, like their Aztec counterparts, the Maya also faced the harsh realities of life. Harvests could fail, and the darkness of the underworld, Xibalba, loomed ominously. The sacrifices made to appease these gods were not mere rituals. They were the plea of a people desperately seeking balance with the forces of the universe. The shadows of the temples grew long as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting an orange glow over the land. The Aztec god Huitzilopochtli, fierce and warlike, demanded blood, sacrifices to ensure the sun would rise again. The Aztecs believed in a world perpetually teetering on the brink of chaos, where each heartbeat of the earth echoed the need for tribute, reflecting a society entwined with the notion of life as a constant struggle. This need for blood mirrored the Maya's own beliefs, where offerings held the power to invoke favor from the gods, whether through crops or the blood of captured warriors. Yet, a distinct nuance separated the Aztec and Maya myths. Where the Aztecs celebrated the warrior spirit as the ultimate path to immortality, the Maya offered a more introspective approach, viewing the cycles of life and death as a natural and beautiful rhythm. The Popol Vuh, a sacred Maya text, told the story of creation with an emotional depth that resonated through time, exploring themes of failure, resilience, and the sacred journey of the soul. In contrast, the Aztecs, with their vibrant sun festivals, reveled in public displays of courage and strength, rallying entire communities in devotion to their gods, turning the streets into a tapestry of color, sound, and fervent passion. As dusk settled, the imagery of jaguars prowling the jungles lingered in the air, the essence of deities becoming more palpable. The Aztec goddess Coatlicue, the Earth Mother, stood at the crossroads of life and death, a figure of duality, adorned with a necklace of skulls, embodying the relentless cycle of creation and destruction. She was the giver of life, but also the one who took it away, a haunting reminder of the fragility of existence. This duality resonated in the tales of the Zapotecs, who spoke of their own earth goddess, which stood as a guardian of the land, nurturing yet fierce, embodying the spirit of the mountains and valleys. In the heart of Oaxaca, the Zapotecs carved their myths into the stone, constructing elaborate tombs to honor their ancestors, believing that the spirits of the dead guided the living. The connection to the past, a thread woven tightly with the fabric of daily life, echoed the Aztec belief in the cyclical nature of time. Yet, while the Aztecs looked ahead with the urgency of ensuring the sun would rise, the Zapotecs embraced a more contemplative narrative, cherishing the legacy of those who walked before them. The night deepened, and a sense of foreboding lingered. Atop the pyramids of Teotihuacan, the gods watched in silence, their faces carved in stone, a reminder of the civilizations that had risen and fallen before. This city, a cultural melting pot, melded influences from various Mesoamerican traditions, creating a complex web of mythology that intertwined with the Aztec and Maya stories. The feathered serpent here was not just Quetzalcoatl. He was an emblem of unity, an invitation to acknowledge the shared dreams and fears that pulsed through every culture. In the flickering shadows cast by the torches, the tales of creation and destruction were not confined to a singular narrative. They flowed like rivers, merging and diverging, with every story reflecting the deep emotional core of those who lived them. The Aztec myths, imbued with urgency and vivid imagery, shouted of the necessity for sacrifice, while the quieter, reflective moments of the Maya invited whispers of hope and rebirth, illuminating the darkness with the promise of tomorrow. As the night wore on, the clash of drums echoed through the valleys, a heartbeat that spoke of impending rituals. A procession began, and the air thickened with anticipation. The Aztecs, with their vibrant feathered headdresses, danced toward the temple, eyes ablaze with fervor, invoking the spirits of the past. Above them the stars glimmered, ancient eyes watching, the stories of gods and mortals intricately woven into the cosmos. Yet, in the distance, on the banks of the sacred well of the Maya, a different kind of ceremony unfolded, softer, yet no less powerful. The smoke mingled with the night air, curling upwards as offerings were made, not merely blood, but flowers, maize, and fragrant incense, a harmonious plea for balance. In this gentle embrace of nature, the Maya whispered their gratitude, intertwining their fates with the earth beneath them. Across the vast expanse of Mesoamerica, the myths lingered, hanging like the stars above, a reminder that in every story of gods and heroes, there lay a reflection of the human spirit, both fragile and fierce, bound together in the quest for understanding and meaning. As the night deepened, the threads of these narratives twisted and turned, drawing closer and closer, as if the gods themselves were waiting for the dawn, the eternal cycle of life waiting to unfold once more. In a world illuminated by the soft glow of candles, a flicker of ancient echoes resonates through time. The air is thick with the scent of copal incense, wafting from an altar adorned with colorful papel picado, each cut paper a testament to stories long forgotten. Shadows dance against the walls, flickering images of jaguars and serpents that once prowled the hearts of men. This is where the essence of Aztec mythology breathes anew, where the old gods awaken from their slumber to reclaim their place in the tapestry of modern life. In the quiet corners of bustling Mexico City, scholars and poets gather, their voices blending in a symphony of reverence and inquiry. They speak of gods like Huitzilopochtli, the fierce god of war and the sun, and Tlaloc, the rain god whose tears nurture the earth. But now, they are not merely figures of the past. They are symbols of identity, weaving a sense of belonging for those who seek connection in an ever-changing world. The urgency to revive these ancient narratives pulses through their conversations as they seek to bridge generations, passions, and dreams. Young artists, fueled by a desire to honor their heritage, paint murals that erupt with color, portraying Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, soaring through the skies. Their brushes, dipped in vibrant hues, breathe life into the stories of creation, where the cosmos emerged from the dark void, and humanity was crafted from maize. This art is not just decoration. It is a fierce declaration of pride, the brushstrokes echoing the heartbeat of a culture reclaiming its voice. With every stroke, they challenge the silence that colonization imposed, igniting flames of resistance that flicker with hope. Social media platforms buzz with hashtags celebrating ancient wisdom and modern interpretations. People post photos of ceremonial gatherings, inviting others to witness the power of rituals that had been buried beneath centuries of forgetfulness. The sacred dance of the Aztec performers captures the attention of youthful onlookers who are entranced not just by the beauty of the movements, but by the stories told through each gesture. The rhythm of drums reverberates in their chests, merging the past with the present, and for a moment, they feel like custodians of a legacy that transcends time. Yet, beneath this vibrant revival lies a tension. Academic circles grapple with the complexities of interpretation. Scholars analyze the codices, fragile manuscripts that hold the wisdom of a civilization. Each glyph tells tales of cosmology, of gods demanding reverence, yet also of sacrifices that haunt the edges of morality. The question lingers: how do we honor these traditions without romanticizing a past that included pain? It's a delicate dance, where the echoes of history whisper warnings while also beckoning towards a future filled with possibility. In the shadows of university lecture halls, discussions turn intense. Students passionately debate the representations of Aztec mythology in modern media. Are they fables to inspire, or do they risk becoming mere entertainment to be consumed? The room crackles with tension as diverse voices clash and converge. Some argue for the importance of preserving accuracy, while others advocate for creative reinterpretation, believing that mythology must transform to remain relevant. Each argument is a thread in a tapestry of ideas, weaving a new narrative that honors the past while navigating the complexities of the modern world. Meanwhile, ancient rituals find their way into contemporary practices. Temazcal ceremonies, once sacred to the Aztecs, emerge as a form of healing. Groups gather in steaming stone saunas, their bodies enveloped in the warmth of tradition. They share stories, secrets, and prayers, interlinking their lives with the wisdom of their ancestors. The sweat that drips down their brows is not just a physical release. It is a spiritual cleansing, a powerful reminder that the past is not lost, but rather a living force within them. They chant sacred songs, the melodies echoing the whispers of the ancients, creating a bridge to a time when the earth and sky were one. As twilight descends, a festival takes shape in the streets. A vibrant carnival erupts, with people clad in colorful garments, their faces painted like jaguars or decorated with feathers. Laughter fills the air as they celebrate the cycle of life, the harvest, and the gods who watch over them. Fireworks burst overhead, brightly illuminating the night sky, mimicking the stars that once guided the Aztec navigators. It is a moment where history and modernity collide. A celebration of survival, of resilience, of identity. The world watches, captivated, as old and new intertwine like the roots of a mighty tree, grounding the present in the richness of the past. Yet, lurking in the shadows is the specter of indifference. Not everyone feels the pull of their heritage. For some, The stories fade, lost in the noise of contemporary life. The thrill of revival is met with the weight of apathy, a challenge that stings like a thorn. The battle to keep these narratives alive plays out, not just on the streets, but in the hearts of individuals who must confront their own disconnection. Will the flame flicker out, or will it burn brighter, igniting curiosity in those who haven't yet felt its warmth? As the night deepens and the stars twinkle overhead, the struggle continues. Scholars write, artists create, and the people dance. The future of Aztec mythology swells with promise, thick with the weight of history, yet buoyant with the aspirations of a new generation. There's a sense that this revival is not merely a trend, but a transformative wave, gathering strength as it flows through the veins of time. Each heartbeat echoes the call of the ancestors, a reminder that while they may have passed into another realm, their stories, their spirits, and their lessons continue to thrive in the collective consciousness of those who dare to remember. Around the flickering candlelight, the conversations rise and swell, filled with the passion of those who refuse to let their past slip away. They exchange glances, knowing that they are not alone in this pursuit. In this moment, they feel the presence of the gods, the ancient ones who once walked among them, whispering encouragement through every brushstroke, every dance, every word spoken. It is a promise that reverberates through the ages, binding the past to the future in an unbreakable bond. And as the night unfolds, their hearts beat in unison, a chorus of hope echoing through the shadows, shaping a future bright with the light of ancient wisdom.